All right, we should be live now. Let's make sure. Okay, everything's working well. You guys should be able to hear me and should be able to hear the game. Settings should all be good. Oh, hey, Scott. Are you able to hear me okay? All right, cool. Yeah, if you get any audio issues, let me know. But anyway, since we're also gonna be saving the VOD for this, what's gaming gamers? It's your boy Olino coming at you with another Hearts of Iron 4 video, except this time it's also a live stream. Uh, Today we're going to be starting a challenge series that's been around for a while in the Hearts of Iron 4 community. It's the A to Z challenge where you go through every single country. For me, that's going to be every single country at the start of the game, the 1936 playthrough, because I'm not playing all 233 tags that exist in the game. So we're going to start in 1936. We're playing with all the DLC that have been available, and we're going to start with the first country, that is Afghanistan. We're going to play in Iron Man mode with historical AI focuses. We're not changing any of the custom game rules, and we're just going to see how this goes. Save. All right. Now, I've not watched too many A to Z videos, so we're kind of going at this just to see how it goes, see what happens. Send the URL out to some people. If the keyboard gets too annoying, just let me know. All right. So yeah, we're starting as Afghanistan. Afghanistan was not what you might call a major player in World War II, um, but we'll see if we can change that a little bit. First thing we're gonna do. So one thing we can do is we have this formable tag, recreate the Persian Empire, um, and that will give us cores on quite a bit of land. It basically gets us. All right, it doesn't highlight the states, but basically, I believe we go all the way out to Turkey and Egypt, and I think a little bit of Libya. And we would get all of that as core territory, which would be great because we do not have a very big core population. Uh, with that in mind, so naturally we're gonna need to do some wars. So if you want to do wars in Hearts of Iron 4, you're either going fascist or communist. We are going to go communist, and for those reasons, the main one is you'll notice we have a neighbor to the north, a bit of a communist power. And in particular, the Soviet Union on historical AI focuses will traditionally do Middle East diplomacy, support Afghan communism, and then preemptive invasion of Iran. We're going to get some communist increase because of this, and if we do this, we should avoid the Soviet Union declaring war on us, which they might do if we went fascist. And there are some other things, but we'll get into those later because they're not too important right now. Right now, we're going to get some basic tech, just trying to improve our industry some. Now, we're also going to need to build a supply hub. Our first target is going to be trying to conquer Iran, and as you can see, we do not have good supply in the western portion of our country, so unfortunately we're going to need to bite the bullet and build a supply hub. They are very expensive, but we don't really have a choice in the matter, unfortunately. I think what I'll do is I'll go for here. That should give a good reach on both north and south. And then we're also going to need to make sure we build a railroad connecting that might be able, sometimes supply can flow through rivers, but it doesn't look like we have a river connection to our capital. And even so, that can be a little finicky. So we want to build railroads, make sure our supply can flow. For right now, we could just grab all our units, assign our general, go ahead and create a field army group, assign a front line, and yeah, what else do we gotta do? So we're starting with political effort. That's because we're gonna want to try and declare war as soon as possible. So we want to flip ideologies as soon as possible, try and get our communist revolutionary and get our internationalism focus. Switch to fascist first and get the better tree. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not. Yeah, I mean, there will be some saving grace getting the, like political power is nice. The extra, I mean, extra division recovery rate. I mean, that is nice. It's something you don't get because here you're just getting the damage to garrison reduction is nice that you get from doing militarism. Foreign subversive activities not a huge benefit. Plus 5% stability, meh. So 10% division recovery rate, not bad, but yeah, getting 7% free recruitable pop is pretty nice. But not really in the cards. We need to try and go to war early because I've seen the Soviet Union. The German army can be marching to the Urals and the Soviet Union will still declare war on Iran, and that just makes things a mess because that'll a lot of times trigger Iran joining the Axis. And then if you're at war with Iran during that time period, then you get pulled into a war with the Axis, and it is less than ideal. Go ahead and get rid of some of these. Right. So yeah, so we're just going to unpause. We can just run at speed 5 for right now. We'll go ahead and switch. Change reinforcement priority of our divisions. And we will go ahead and switch all of our divisions to our main template. And we will go ahead and switch these. I like to change so these are equipment priorities. I like to set reinforcement priority to medium, upgrades to low, and everything else to high. Just in general works out pretty well. Okay, yeah, now you can see, here's the issue at hand. We move all our troops to the front line, and they're all in bad supply because they're in mountains in the desert away from our capital and our supply hub. So we actually do not want to station them there. So we are going to pull them back to the capital for the time being. Because while they're here, I don't believe they will take manpower casualties, but they will take equipment penalties, which is less than ideal. All right. So yeah, so for the most part, once those guys are all in position, we're basically just going to be running at speed 5 early on. We're trying to build the supply hub, which is going to take a while. You can see right now it's going to take until 1944. We're going to try and speed that up a little bit. We'll use reorganize the railway system, but this only lasts for about 4 months. So as a result, we're going to try and get internationalism focus, and then we're going to try and go ahead and start getting our extra civilian factories before we trigger that 300% construction speed bonus. Try and be a little optimal with this. But yeah, when you're playing some minor countries like this, it's a lot of latency. Are there any achievements I can even get as Afghanistan? Promote a unit commander to a general and reach max level, and this time we'll stick. Well, we're not doing that one. So, might do that. But yeah, mostly Iron Man mode is just to show you that this is the way this is a completely developer-intended way to play the game. No wacky mods or anything installed. Everything I do here you guys should be able to do until, of course, they inevitably update the game. Alright, we can go ahead and grab our Communist Revolutionary. Ooh, nice, we do have a Prince of Terror. That'll be nice for damage to garrisons when we conquer non-core territory. We are going to get partisans that are going to fight back against our occupying troops, and so a Prince of Terror helps reduce the damage that they experience. Doesn't look like we have a trade. There's also a improved relations diplomat that can also give you a damage reduction modifier, but oh well. Let's see, like, because if I did, yeah, because the problem is if I did the fascist tree, then I'm going to get a big shift for fascism, which I guess could do anti-fascist rates to counteract, but yeah, that'd be a little risky. That'd be a thing to consider maybe in the future for some countries that want to slow play. I think we will go ahead and nab construction just for the extra construction speed bonuses. We really need to get that supply hub quickly. In terms of our industry, we are just making guns. I will go ahead and see. We don't even have artillery researched. Yeah. Great. Oh, well. So I think we can immediately switch to partial mobilization, which we'll probably just want to switch to doing that. I think that'll might free up a civilian factory is a chance. Depends on how the rounding works with that. Alright, we're getting our research. We're just doing some pretty basic stuff. We could also get a chief of army, start getting some army XP. I think we're better off just paying for partial mobilization early on. Yep, and that frees up a civilian factory doing that, so we get an extra civilian factory, which is going to be good when we decide to reorganize the railway system. The Spanish Civil War, and those are the historical borders, nothing really fancy happening there. We're not really in a position to do anything about the Spanish Civil War, although it would be funny to send a bunch of Afghanistan divisions into the Spanish Civil War, but we've got bigger things to worry about. So we're going to do industrial effort. We're basically going to try and grab all our civilian factories early, grab our extra research slot, and then grab all these factories. We're not going to worry about importing. Right now we've got a little bit of a production malice because we're not importing steel, but that would... It's a pretty small malice, minus 10%. Not great, but we'd have to sacrifice a civilian factory to import steel, and we don't want to do that. So, and I'm not gonna do the cheese of trying to do the prepare for civil war. We're just gonna do the normal open up political discourse effort. All right, now we'll go ahead and grab Army Defense and start getting some ticking Army XP. The Army XP will come in useful for fleshing out our Officer Corps and giving us some pretty nice bonuses. Go ahead and start grabbing civilian factories. We'll want to go ahead and grab... I think we'll grab the construction, so you'll notice that we have a 100% research speed bonus. Improved machine tools takes fewer days overall than construction. So in terms of total research days, we save more research days going for construction too. You can see the base cost is 200 days versus improved machine tools 150 days. So we can just go ahead and do this and be a little bit faster. And overall just get a little bit more benefit out of that because we are going to end up researching both technologies. And then this is a little bit ahead of time because it's a 1937 tech, so we were taking a little bit of ahead of time malice, but it's not too bad. I'm going to save up. First thing we're going to want to do is, well, we're going to want to save up our Army XP, and then hopefully we can flip communist. Actually, one thing I will go ahead and do. This guy starts as Desert Fox. I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to go ahead and promote this guy. So, go ahead and nab him, promote him. 40 political power. I don't remember it costing, or 40 command power. I thought it cost 30 to promote, but maybe not. Go and promote this guy because we can have both a field marshal and a, we can have both a field marshal and a general. And we can get buffs from their overall skill. Generals level up faster than field marshals, generally speaking. So we want to we'll want to get a we'd rather have a low level we'd rather have a low level individual as our general and level him up, and then once he gets to say level 6, 7, 8, 9, we can promote him to a field marshal and then just retire this guy. By retire, I mean he just gets put into the leader pool. I don't believe there's actually a way to get rid of generals unless you're the Soviet Union and you decide to purge them. So we'll just grab, but we can grab a general later. I want to see if we can modify our officer corps. I don't think we're going to get anything that modifies generals' starting abilities, but there's a chance we might grab some officer corps stuff that does impact their starting ability, so we can just hold off because we don't need a general right now. We can flip to communism. What we want to do is we want to get to about 40%-ish. Anti-Comintern Pact, we will refuse. We don't really care what Germany's opinion of us is, and we very much care what the Soviet Union's opinion of us is. So we want to try and hold off on that. All right. Now what I'll go ahead and do is I'll go ahead and do reorg. Well, I'll wait till we get one more, because then we're going to have to go through these two focuses. So we'll wait till we get like one more civilian factory. I don't know how much of a difference that'll make. I think the next civilian factory we get will probably go to consumer goods. But it's worth it to wait. If nothing else, when we get the extra infrastructure, the infrastructure is all going to go in Herat, which is also going to give us a construction speed bonus, because you get a construction speed bonus from infrastructure as well. So yeah. We are ever so slowly working our way over there. 1939. We're still just saving up our political power. Yep, we're going to get communist partisans deserting. Great. Class conflicts divide. Oof. Stability hit. Alright, well, that's just... Oh, wow, we were at 47. Well, never mind then. I probably don't even need to. We'll open up political discourse, but I think then... we can just wait for the ticking support then at this rate. That was a huge bonus to our Communist Party popularity. Which is something you got to keep in mind when you're playing. Like, there isn't a certain amount of RNG to the game. Now we'll do reorganize the railway system, so you can see right now we're at November 1938 to get our supply hub done, reorganize the railway system, and now we're in September, which is still beyond the 120-day window of our supply hub construction, but this will get us a good way towards finishing our supply hub, which we will need. Now the tricky thing is, I believe, strictly speaking, we need 51%, because you'll notice more than 50%. So we're at 50.01 and we can't do it. So in order to actually have more than 50%, oh, never mind. Maybe it is just, maybe it's 50.1. Either way, we can now click this and we do the referendum. Yep, referendum is preferable. We do take a stability hit. And now we are communist, and we did not get a leader with any traits. There are pros and cons to that. Sometimes you can get leaders with bad traits, but a lot of times you can get leaders with some pretty good traits. But, oh well. Nothing we can do about that. Taliban Pact. Yeah, so this will give us a non-aggression pact with Turkey, but not Iran, which is fine. We're going to want to hold off on going to war with Turkey for a while, so we can just go ahead and nab the extra political power. I think a lot of times also, once we declare war on Iran, Turkey will nullify the non-aggression pact themselves. So that's not a huge deal. Additionally, we can go ahead, now that we're communist, we can save up and flip to war economy, which will be good because that'll lower our consumer goods even further and increase our military factory construction speed, which will also be nice. Let's see, does that give us another factory? It does not, unfortunately. All right, now we'll just we'll actually go ahead and grab artillery. because we will want some artillery. We're going to be very production poor overall. We cannot produce a whole lot of equipment, so we're going to need to try to be as efficient as possible. Also, now that we have the officer corps, we'll go ahead and have ideological loyalty. This will give us an extra 500 manpower, which isn't a weekly 500 weekly manpower, which isn't a ton, but it's something. We'll take that. And we'll go ahead and grab meticulous preparation for getting logistics. Logistics on generals and field marshals reduces supply consumption, and that is very, very important, especially when we're in the desert and fighting in mountains. We can also go ahead and start justifying our war, except we need more political power. So we'll hold off on that. Okay, United Front formed. And we are now in July of having our supply hub done. I think we'll lose the we'll lose the modifier before we get there, but we'll get most of the way towards we've gotten most of the way towards producing the supply hub, so it shouldn't be too bad finishing that off ourselves without the big modifier. Yeah, we only have 15 days left. So we're getting about like 15,000. Supply hubs are just expensive because they're like double the cost of a civilian factory, which is just that's just pretty rich. But yep, and we've lost the modifier, so now it'll finish in October, and we can now justify our war, which will take a while. I don't think it really matters what state we pick. Technically, it would matter if we were worried about Iran losing any territory, but they shouldn't, so we'll just justify and say Kerman, which is right next to us. Alright, we'll go ahead and start nabbing some... do we want the research slot, or do we want more military factories? The military factories would be nice. Japan declaring war on China. Go ahead and queue up some factories to be built. After, we'll go ahead and get more military factories. Yeah, and it'll take a while before we get our war goal, which is why we wanted to flip to communist early. So that we can start working on that. We'll go ahead and grab radio. Radio is just nice for that extra reinforce rate, which is helpful when we actually start doing battle. I don't think we're going to get... Yeah, we're not going to get anything super fancy that modifies general, so we'll go ahead and we can just click on like this guy, see this this guy. None of these guys have fought at all, so they're not going to gain any modifiers regarding infantry officer or anything, but that's not a big deal. Go ahead and promote. Got some pretty good, well, pros and cons. Reduced division, plus attack, leader experience gain minus 10%. But he's got pretty high supply consumption. So that is pretty nice, because now we can click into our division. So this guy's got 3, this guy's got 3. We click into our division, see their supply usage, and they're getting a minus 15% supply usage modifier from our leaders, and that's only going to increase as our leaders gain more experience. And every little bit helps. Speaking of supply, we almost have our supply hub. We have our artillery. We're going to want to build some. And we're also going to want some anti-air as well. We do not have anything in the way of Air Force, so anti-air is going to be our only protection against close air support that our enemies might employ. We can also go ahead and grab... We have an infantry genius, actually, but we're going to need 200 political power to grab him. We'll keep doing... So now that we're at -4 on steel, we are going to sacrifice 1 to get steel. We'll import from the Soviet Union. We should be able to import from the Soviet Union until they capitulate. Since we're also communist, they should generally have a good opinion of us, whereas democracies are going to lose opinion of us for conquering territory and whatnot, so we just kind of have to deal with that. We'll go ahead and just keep going on armament effort since we are going to want more troops. And we can see we've gotten rid of the production malice from not having steel. We actually have a teensy bit of tungsten, which is nice. Although admittedly, we could probably just switch to free trade because we produce nothing in the way of resources, and you get a little bit of a bigger bonus for doing free trade at the expense of your own resources. I think we'll just save up for that. Do we want to raise our conscription law? Well, how much longer do we have? Only 120 days. Yeah, I know, I slightly missed the justification, but should be fine. Do we finish our... Yeah, we finished our railroad, so we can put our guys on the front line now. We can also go ahead and edit this template. I do not like when these templates start with a bunch of cavalry. So we'll go ahead and just remove that, and we're just going to run with... do we want to run with 10 width, or do we want to run with 18 width? I think we'll run with 10 width right now, just to make sure we can fill out the front line, since we are a little strapped for equipment. We'll go ahead and recruit some additional divisions. What we got? We got 9, so we can get... Each general can support up to 24 divisions total, so we kind of want to get to 15. So we'll try and recruit up to that. We are going to need to up our conscription law then. We now look at our supply map mode. Our supply situation is much, much better. We'll see what the train situation is. Oh yeah, we are also going to need to research trains. That will be important. That we're just drawing an offensive line just to start building a little bit of planning bonus. I typically just use those so we get planning bonus. So yeah, you can see this is the importance of logistics. They're starting to put their troops on the line, and they are going to suffer supply penalties because they have very little supply. I think they have a supply hub around here somewhere. They have some victory point in there, so that's going to give them... Yeah, so this is their supply hub, so you can see they are going to be a little strapped when it comes to supplies. We'll go ahead and also we can go ahead and train our divisions up, make them a little better. We need trains. All right, we got anti-air. We're not really going to worry about building anti-air right now. We're also going to go ahead and nab improved infantry equipment. Yep, got a... we're about to have another factory, which I think will just focus on infantry equipment for the time being. Actually go ahead and set these guys to auto-deploy to that army for us. The reason we train our troops is get their experience up. You can see they're taking a minus 25% penalty for combat because they're green. We get them up to trained. They take no penalty in combat. Which would be nice. Taking penalties in combat sucks. And then these guys can also, they can train up to experience, which will give them a plus 25%. When they take casualties, that will be offset. So we can deal with that in the meantime. We'll go ahead and queue up some infrastructure just to be built, just in case we don't have to like super micro our construction queue, so we're not wasting civilian construction. We'll go ahead and build another civilian factory, though. I think we're going to want at least another civilian factory. We're going to be pretty strapped trading for resources. The extra civilian factories will be helpful. We'll just take that -2 penalty right now. That's minus 2.5% production efficiency penalty. We'll just take that penalty. It's not worth it to sacrifice a whole civilian factory, literally a third of our available civilian industry for that. All right. Now, we're not going to want to immediately declare war. We want to stop training. We have, once we've got the war goal, we have until April 28th, so we've got about 60 days. We want our troops to get into position. Training drains them of their organization, so we want them to rebuild their organization, and they're also going to start building up entrenchment. Going to be helpful because I'm anticipating Iran is going to actually attack us first. We're going to do that. We'll also move the priority for these guys for equipment down to low, and we'll also go ahead and move the production to Herat, and we'll go ahead and deploy these two guys and also let them move into position. Now you can see we could actually use some, because we were putting such a supply strain on, we could use the additional supply, but our malice right now isn't too bad. It's a lot better than what the Iranians are experiencing. So we're not going to worry about that for right now. Guys are so slow moving through the desert. Who would have thought? Okay. And now we basically just declare war. So we're declaring war a full about year and a half before World War II would normally start. So we'll just see how it goes. I think we should be prepped more or less well enough, but we'll find out in a second here. Yeah, and the fact that they aren't attacking is a good sign. So basically, some things we can do here. So we want to be careful of what terrain we're attacking into. We can see desert, mountains. So the desert is going to be much easier to attack into than mountains. We actually do not take any combat, any attack penalty. Unlike with mountains, you can see our attack is halved because of terrain. Whereas in desert, we have no attack penalty. There are some disadvantages, like our generals can get sick, our divisions are going to take more attrition, but it's overall not as bad. So one of the things we can go ahead and start doing is we can go ahead and attack this division. We're going to hit it with overwhelming firepower. You can see just because of how many divisions we're attacking with it, we should be able to break it. Although we are attacking with some relatively weak divisions. So yeah, they will break, but I am curious how many casualties we're going to end up taking as a result of that. Alright, so result of that battle, 395 to 564. Okay, not super great on the casualty ratio. We're going to hold off on moving in, because if we move in, we're going to start stretching our supply lines. We're going to actually instead hold off until we have some more artillery. Once we have some more artillery, then we will be able to start inflicting a lot more damage. We can also go ahead and make a duplicate template, which is, we'll go ahead and make this our support template. And for that, we will go ahead and add support artillery, which requires 12 support artillery, so we can go ahead and take these divisions and switch them over to that, because these are the ones we're actually going to be doing some more combat with, so we want the extra support attack. If you look at the division, we're at 15 soft attack for these regular divisions, and now we're at 30 soft attack when we add in some artillery, so it's a big difference, especially for these really small divisions we're using for the time being. Let's see, war propaganda, radio propaganda. Was this less than 50% war support? More than 25% war support? Sure, we'll go ahead and grab Actually, wow, our stability is terrible. We'll need to do improved worker conditions to get our stability up. At 11% stability, we're going to take some pretty bad malices. All right, we got our infrastructure. We'll go ahead and grab our extra research slot, and then we can also... We are, in fact, going to want to switch and do indoctrination to get an extra plus 5%. Get an extra plus 5%. Interesting, he seems to have pulled some troops off of his front line. So now he's not doesn't seem to be taking as much of a supply penalty. Mm-hmm. Yep, we're just kind of... Well, now that we've got artillery in these divisions, let's see how well they perform in combat now. Pretty strong defense. Go ahead and see also, can we nab a bonuses on him? I think we'll go ahead and nab... honestly... I'll go ahead and get offensive doctrine. I like the reduced arc loss when moving. Interesting. Now he's got the red supply icons, so I'm not sure how his supply is moving around, influencing things. Try to keep attacking until we break at least one division. And now we can go ahead and get our doctrine. I am thinking that since we are going to be very heavily infantry focused and I'm going to be stacking supply consumption, I am going to do mass assault for the extra... we get minus 20% supply consumption as opposed to... with Grand Battle Plan, I think there's one you can get that's an extra minus 5%. The Land Knight attack is really good on Grand Battle Plan, actually. You can't tell, I'm kind of flying by the seat of my pants here. Yeah, we'll actually do Grand Battle Plan. Which one is it? Okay, cool, and it's logistical focus, this one. So yeah, we'll nab this. We'll get minus 15% supply consumption, which is pretty close to the... pretty close to the minus 20% you get with mass assault. Okay, well, we moved in the province, that's fine. Took pretty comparable casualties. Looks like we took a little bit more. You guys don't all need. Should still be within our more or less supply range, so we should be fine. We commandeer civilian trains. We take a minus 5 stability hit. I think I'll probably just build the trains myself. Alright, we'll add a train production line because I can't really afford to be taking stability hits like that. Get better infantry equipment, which will give our infantry better stats. Now we probably just want... we'll go ahead and get support equipment, get like some logistical companies and maybe some engineers. And we'll go ahead and make our artillery a little bit... we'll make our infantry better. Make sure these guys are all on our support artillery template. Also, if we dig a little bit of a deeper dive here, we can see that for supply usage, we've got another minus 0.4. Did we get... we have not grabbed logistical focus yet, so that'll give us another minus 5% once we grab that. Alright, see, he attacked me. Now we'll take advantage of that to attack him. You can see he took a little bit more casualties, so 3.6, 2.9 versus 3.6. Let's see what kind of casualties we can deal to him now. Okay, you can see his individual division's tougher than ours, but we did quite a bit of damage, 3,000 to 4.6k, yeah. So that was about 300 to 1,000 in terms of casualties. And we can basically repeat that to try and really drain him of equipment. Oh, and now he made a mistake. We can get him in multiple combat with some of his divisions. Yep, break one of his divisions, and he's broken out of there. That was another 400 casualties, and we barely took anything. Repeat the process again. And we broke him again. And now he's attacking us for some reason, and he's going to take a lot of casualties whenever he does that, and attack again. One of his divisions has really low org, so they're going to break pretty quickly. And now this unit should stay in combat for a while, and they're also going to take quite a bit of damage while they're in combat, because they're being attacked from so many directions. And then we once again halt our advance. And yeah, we can see we took another 100 casualties, and he took about 1,500 in casualties. They keep attacking us. He keeps sending low org troops. We break them. It's not even so much about the manpower casualties, it's about the equipment loss. If we take a look at the equipment loss, we lost a bit from attrition. That's just from moving our units around. But in actual combat, he's losing a lot more equipment than we are. And that's going to add up over time, especially early game. So we can just keep the pressure on with that. And we will go ahead and just start nabbing our extra political power. The extra political power will be useful. We can flesh out our design companies. We can get our genius infantry specialist. And get some other nice bonuses as well. So we'll work on that. Go ahead and do we'll actually go ahead and I think for industry 241. Okay, we'll do mechanical computing. You got to research so that you can research faster, or do more research, if you will. We attack these guys again. So you can see we're starting with 3.1 versus 7.7. It doesn't look like he's attacking us anywhere else. Part of the reason we're doing this is because, yeah, they've got these supply malices, which reduces the amount of damage they can deal to us. Halt the attack again. And that was like another 1,500 casualties. We took like 200. So again, we can just very steadily erode. Again, when he does stuff like this especially, we come in, he grabs... Oh, well, couldn't show it, but he gets the in multiple combat penalty, which is a huge penalty to your attack and defense. Or maybe it's just attack and breakthrough. It really softens up the divisions, makes it easy to do a lot of damage to them. Again, he does it. Yeah, minus 50% defense, yep, which shields them very little against attacks. We come in with all our troops. These guys are sitting in the reserves. They reinforce based on our reinforce rate. That's where radio comes in handy. Gives these divisions a higher probability of reinforcing and actually contributing to the combat. We won as many divisions in here because basically he's firing out attacks, we're firing out attacks. If our total attack, and the defense in a breakthrough does matter here. But if, broadly speaking, if we're hitting him with so many attacks that it's overwhelming his defenses, he is overall going to take more damage than we're taking, plus the extra casualty penalty that I believe you take whenever divisions break and retreat. But yeah, and unfortunately we have to just kind of be smart and slow play this. Hitler got the effects of internationalism, so that was our communist party popularity increase, but that's fine. And we're just kind of slow playing this, just making sure we can get an overwhelming advantage in terms of equipment when we advance against him. Because we're going to need a lot of momentum because we're going to be crossing all of this desert with very little supply. And we just simply do not have the industry to be building supply hubs as we go. So our only option really is to weaken his forces as much as possible so that when we strike back, so that when we advance, his divisions are so weak that even though we'll be taking large supply penalties, his divisions should be weak enough that it should still be easy for us. I'm wondering, are we taking a crossing penalty here? It doesn't look like it. Sometimes it's a little hard to see on the front lines how the rivers extend. Why not do supporting attacks? Okay, so here's the thing, alright. I have not... So, if... We'll wait until the guy comes back. So, I can't do a support here. I can't do... If I hold control and click, I can't do that. I can attack like this, break him. When he moves back in, I'll try and do it, but whatever hotkey you're supposed to use for supporting attacks, I have not figured out how to get to work. Like, for example, the way I normally support, I've initiated combat. If I control right-click, now I'm supporting. But if I just control right-click the province, it doesn't give me the blue attack option. Yeah, maybe there's a different hotkey for it, for, like, attacking the actual province, but I don't know. Also, there's the risk of misclicking, and so I sort of always manually halt. And the reason we're attacking this province, to reiterate, is we're going for the desert, not the mountains. We could be attacking like these provinces, but they're mountains, and we're going to suffer a much larger attack penalty doing that. Broke those guys again. Yeah, you can see the casualty disparity starting to get ever wider. Another reason we're also slow playing this is because we're waiting. We want to have at least like 24 divisions. Ideally, we would start getting thicker divisions, and we'd also get more trains out there. I would do commandeer civilian trains, but I really do not want to be dealing with the super low stability penalties that we've got. Also, as we keep doing this up our divisions, we'll get more and more experience, making them more and more effective in combat. Now, the same is true of his divisions. The difference is, if his divisions are taking lots of casualties, you also take an experience penalty from casualties, so depending on how that casualty ratio is going, we could be net gaining experience while he could be net losing experience. Or there could be some experience gap where he's still gaining a little bit of experience, but we're gaining a lot more experience because we're taking a lot fewer casualties. We're also sort of slowly grinding up, like, the Desert Fox trait. In fact, this guy's getting pretty close to Desert Fox and also Infantry Officer, which is pretty nice. Can't support attacks when we're defending, but we can go ahead and attack this guy again. If I did War Propaganda, let's see, War Propaganda is 0.5 for 90 days, so 0.90 is 12 weeks, so that would give me 6% war support, which when coupled with radio propaganda would get me above 50%. I kind of really want to get the infantry expert first, infantry genius, but I'm going to do all of these for political power, so we're going to have lots of political power, so I will start doing war propaganda and the other ones soon. Because I'm going to be getting all that political power, but I want to go ahead, because we're farming casualties right now, I'm gonna roll the dice on draft dodging. I know I shouldn't, but we'll roll the dice with it. I mean, that's the one advantage of doing, like, the communist path, is you're getting so much political power in the focus tree that even if I do have to do, like, some severe political power costs, I'm willing to just eat that. Alright, we got support equipment. Now, support equipment by itself, we can start producing it, but doesn't actually do anything. I think I'm also just going to go ahead and research war austerity trains, because making trains cheaper would be very nice. These trains are very expensive. I'll go and get a support equipment line queued up, but we're slow playing, alright. We're the slowest of the slow plays right now. If you're wondering how I also discovered doing this, is because the first time I did it, I was like, oh wow, I built the supply hub. I'm like, wow, I'm in supply, I'm having such a good time, until I got to about here. And then my troops all started starving, their guns started immediately rusting, and the Iranians began their counterattack, and I was very sad. So. Alright, political correctness. Go ahead and nab our infantry one. This is a plus 15%, plus 20%. So, very nice bonus to our troops. Go ahead and do indoctrination. And we will go ahead and start doing war propaganda. And we're in the intel map mode. Getting that. Alright. Yeah, you can see this disparity. He's now taken like 4 times as many casualties as we have. That's pretty bad. You can see this poor division, he keeps using the same division. At this rate, we're just going to destroy this poor division. Which is this is one of the things we're exploiting here. It's the same division that keeps getting knocked out of this province, so you can actually experience this as well as a player, where, say, he was attacking this province over and over again and knocking these divisions out, there's a good chance that the AI, as controlling, like, the battle plans, is going to keep taking these divisions that are getting the crap kicked out of them and keep putting them back on the front line. And then they're just going to keep getting weaker and weaker as a result until eventually they completely get overrun. So we're kind of exploiting that behavior against the AI here, where he just keeps sending this one division that we just keep beating up. And at the rate we're going, once that orange bar, that strength bar, goes to 0, that division is just going to get destroyed entirely. And he also keeps attacking with it into this province, which I don't understand what the logic is there. He's not using any of his other, like, full-strength troops to try and coordinate an assault, so I'm not sure what the heck's going on for that guy at all. We'll only attack with these divisions because you can see our divisions are taking a little bit of attrition doing this, and since those troops have a low probability of getting into the combat, if we directed them to, we're not going to worry about it. Let's see how the equipment discrepancy's going. So yeah, so we've lost. Attrition's the big hitter, consequence of being in the desert, but he's still losing more equipment than us overall. We're beating up, again, this poor division so badly. It will also matter the time during which we're doing this. Also wondering, yes, so we've gotten Desert Fox, so now we have bonuses to fighting in the desert with this guy, and I believe that I'll actually be curious how that works out, because our Field Marshal also has Desert Fox, so I think we should be getting 2 bonuses. Like, let's take a peek in here. So terrain, so we're getting plus 15% from terrain, so we're getting 10% from the General, and we're getting 5% from the Field Marshal, because it's half of the Marshal's, it's half of the Field Marshal's bonuses that get applied to divisions, and the reason for that is because each Field Marshal can effectively command up to 5 armies. Each army can have 24 divisions. So effectively, your Field Marshal is covering, potentially 5 times as many troops. So to try and balance that a little bit, they only give half the benefit. but it's to 5 times as many troops, so you're still getting, in terms of overall benefit, you could potentially be getting. Now, is Afghanistan, are we ever going to get to where we're fielding 5 armies of 24 divisions apiece? We'll see. Ugh, just annihilating these guys at this rate. And again, why does he send that poor division to keep fighting? I don't understand. We'll go ahead and add logistical focus to get the increased supply consumption. So now if we click into our divisions, we can see that their supply usage has just dropped by another 5%. Well, technically the supply usage that we see drops by more than 5% because they already had a minus 15%. So it's a 5% additive reduction of that 15%, which on a relative basis is more than 5%. Math. But it's very good to stack supply reductions. We'll go ahead and we can queue up another infrastructure in Kabul, just so that we have something if I miss a chance to sign up. Like, look at this poor division. He is at 22% strength. I'm tempted to just let that division regain all its org and then attack it, just because they'll take a lot more damage. We might just straight up actually destroy it in that instance. I think we got another division here, so we'll go ahead and double check. Yep, could put support. Check again if we can put support. Do we have enough actually to flip everybody? No, we do not. Attack, because we attacked with all troops simultaneously, they all go into combat at once. So yeah, this guy's going to take a lot of damage, and he's gone already, and then this guy's still going to take a good amount of damage, and he's gone. Also, as we put more troops on the front line, he's also going to start taking he's going to start to want to put more troops on the front line to compensate for what we're doing. This time we're going to let this guy's org regenerate and see how much damage we can do to him if he's got full strength org, because he'll take a lot more attacks if he's got full strength org. Which at this point I'm curious if we can just, because if we destroy this division, he'll have to send a new division in to replace the divisions we effectively annihilated. Made the mistake of doing that so we can proc. Sometimes you don't get the multiple combat penalty. I don't understand. Again, we'll just attack with these guys. His strength ticking down. You can see our strength isn't really changing too much, because his attacks are being divided up against a bunch of our divisions. Get some bonuses. We're just going to keep buffing our infantry. I just kind of have to keep attacking that guy just to take advantage, because he just keeps throwing himself. That's the thing, I can't actually just let him regenerate or because he just attacked. Shift right click on enemy divisions to do a support attack. Well, I'll give that a shot next time. Alright, we'll wait. So we'll do shift right click. See, that still created the red advance order. I guess I clicked on the province, not the division. I'll shift right click on the division next time, but I don't think it'll make a difference. Nope, that's still an advance order. Okay, so I'm curious how much damage this guy can take. 45, 40... Yeah, this is where one of the things we could do if we really wanted to slow play this is we could put even more artillery into our divisions to get even more soft attack out. Basically get as many attacks into that guy as possible to get him to take as much damage as possible. But it's a little bit difficult. Go ahead and do radio propaganda. This gets us above 50% war support, which I believe is the threshold to avoid like draft dodging. Oh god, he's so weak. I don't even know if this guy 5'3", 3%. 3% division strength. Some of our troops, you can see, yeah, they're getting kicked up to experienced. So they're becoming even more effective. Like, this guy he's literally working himself 3%, 2%. Did we kill that? We might have killed that division. It might be gone. No, 35,000 troops. I think that is, looks like he's got to redirect divisions from elsewhere. Alright, and we'll do political commissars. And we now want to... Yeah, we've got nothing we can really do for stability. We should get improved worker conditions again in the future. We don't have that right now. In terms of bonuses, like entrenchment would help us a little bit, but we're not really getting attacked right now, so there's not a huge benefit. We'll go ahead and up to extensive conscription because we need the recruitable population to train more troops. We can also work on if we can push down to this port, we can get if we can push down to this port, we can get we can build a railroad and use it as a supply hub, which is going to be easier probably because we only need to go through 2 desert provinces and a mountain province as opposed to trying to get. I think he's got a supply hub. Yeah, up here. So we'd have to go through quite a few mountains to try and get there. So don't really want to do that. You know, we can just keep attacking his divisions. We'll eventually start destroying more of his divisions. I don't know where that guy's going, but we're going to accost him. Again, now the casualty disparity is getting quite large. Almost 10 times as many casualties. We'll double check, make sure these guys have support. Attack again, and halt the attack. We'll go ahead and just deploy these guys. They'll reinforce. I just want to get them out into the field. How bad would it be also to switch all these guys to support artillery? We'll be short like 50 artillery. We're producing 1 artillery piece a day, so that'll be about 2 months or so. So we'll go ahead and switch all these guys over to the bigger support artillery. Or the template with support artillery, just to have them so I don't have to keep checking for that. They'll slowly reinforce with artillery, so that'll be fine. Ever so slowly building trains. And then we gotta keep attacking. I didn't see a helmet. Yeah, but like, he disappeared. So, I do wonder if the helmet only pops up when you do the encirclements. I don't know if you get the helmet if a division gets destroyed because they ran out of strength. Maybe you do, but I'm pretty sure that division's gone. Like, I'm not seeing that low-strength division anymore. He had to bring in new divisions. So I'm pretty sure that if a division just runs out of strength, they might just disappear entirely. But not 100%. It was weird that like he seemed to start to move and then just disappear, so he might have just moved really quickly. But again, I'm not seeing that low-strength division, and I doubt he got a sudden surge of equipment. I think what we'll do now, I think what we can do is we have enough strength with our troops now. I'm going to send a few divisions in here. And the reason why I'm only sending a couple divisions is because they're going to take attrition, so I don't want a ton of divisions moving if they don't have to. Go ahead and move there, yes. We want to provoke attacks, but also I think we can get to this province without taking a supply of super large supply malice. And then what that'll hopefully do is that then we'll have 3 provinces bordering. We'll be bordering this desert province on 3, which will hopefully make him want to direct more troops in that area. And also at this point, we kind of want to just provoke him into attacking us because we have such superior forces at this point. So it's worth it for us to just keep advancing and try and provoke more attacks from him. This is also going to start stretching out his front line a little bit, which might actually make his troops a little bit thinner. Also, if we can border this province by 3 directions, we can get more divisions into combat against him, which is going to make it easier for us to destroy his divisions. So let's see. So this guy's starting with 86 strength, and he rapidly takes a lot of damage. Yeah, he just lost a lot of strength right there. And actually, we probably have enough. We can probably displace this cavalryman now. So I'm actually going to try and direct an attack on that. Again, this is mountain, so you can see we're taking a pretty severe penalty. We will start to build up Mountaineer XP, but it takes quite a while, and I really didn't want to be... And we can send these guys in also. And so I really didn't want to be sending a bunch of guys into a wood chipper in these mountains if I didn't need to. Because, yeah, you can see there, it's very slow going trying to get through this cavalryman, and he might reinforce, but I think we've stretched his front line out enough that he's not really in a position to do that. And we can, basically, we want to take the victory point, which might give us pseudo-control of the state. Let's see. No, still not. We're still not considered the occupier. I do believe this liberates a little bit more supply for us, though. Yeah, so we're getting a little bit of supply from the population, but really not much. We are getting 0.25 from the victory point, so it's something. Alright, well, let's go ahead and just attack these guys. Alright, again, 72% strength. Rapidly depletes down to like 62%. Can't remember, does the attack general order cause strength damage, or does it only make it so you take strength damage? Are you talking about force attack? So yeah, force attack, I think it's just that you take more strength damage. Although it might, so what it does is basically you no longer lose org while you're fighting. I actually don't know if that increases the amount. I think it increases the amount of strength damage you do, but I think it's also just the issue of, like, normally divisions won't, like, you'd have to have a very low strength division attacking with super high organization in order for it to actually fight until its strength fully depletes. With force attack, you're just much more likely to have a division fight until its strength fully depletes, because for those 7 days, as long as it has org and strength, it'll keep fighting, even if its strength goes to 0, in which case it'll be destroyed. Oh yeah, and so taking that victory point also exacerbates his supply situation, because now he's not getting the supply from that victory point. We may as well grab ideological fanaticism for the extra war support, the extra division attack on core. Division attack on defense on core territory doesn't really help us. Actually, yeah, if that doesn't really help us, we're only getting 5% war support. I think we can skip that. I'd rather get secret weapons, and we can start getting some better research techs. I might want to actually hold off on that, though. I think I'll actually go for the army effort, get those land doctrine bonuses, and we have quite a bit of political power. So we'll go ahead and preemptively nab Prince of Terror, because we're about to get non-core population, we're about to get non-core population because we're going to take, like, some of these states soon. So you go ahead and do that. Do we want to go ahead and nab a theorist to save us a little bit more? Think so, because I don't think there are any other advisors we really want. Party popularity stability modifier, that would effectively give, that's only giving us like that would give us 1.6%, 1.5%, I think, once we're at 100%. That's not really worth it. Um, we could get a little cheeky and add the fascist demagogue and then start doing anti-fascist raids. The problem is then we could also start getting the negative modifiers you get for having fascism growing. So I don't think we really want to do that right now. And we'll go ahead and get an industrial concern actually, because we need to research more industry techs. All right, once again we attack this guy. He's at 66% strength and drops to 58 pretty quickly. These guys are mountains, mountains, mountains. So many mountains. This guy got an infantry leader yet? We'd like to also get an infantry leader because then we can get infantry expert for an extra 10% division attack. Stacking those kinds of modifiers can be really, really good. Okay, I think we're at a position where he's been depleted enough. Like, he's got very few divisions on his front line at this point. If we actually move into here, he probably doesn't have enough divisions to cover his front line at this point. That does appear to be the case. We'll go ahead and break this division for good measure. And then we'll go ahead and send 2 divisions. This will give us control of this state, which should even exacerbate his supply situation even more for these other provinces. And get us closer to this supply hub. Now you can see, though, our supply situation is now becoming aggravated. So we really want to try and make a push to get that naval base now. And can we... Oh, he had a division waiting there. Ugh. That's what I was afraid of. Alright. Now we need to try to work this out a little bit better. We can pull some troops out of this situation. Trying to think of what the best way to handle this is. Because we're not going to be able to break these mountain provinces with low supply troops. So I think what we're going to have to do, we're going to focus on trying to break these guys down here. They are taking a really bad supply situation. Because we can just come down here, and if we can get a coastal... Actually, no, that I think is going to be the move. We're going to race to the coast here so we can build our own naval base. Because building a naval base isn't too expensive. Go ahead, switch to war austerity. Oh, well, we're about to... Okay. We're pretty close to building a... I'm going to have to micro these guys a little bit. We're pretty close to building a... Okay, there we go. We got that civilian train, so now we'll switch to war austerity train. We could have missed a lot of production of cost if we had done that. Go ahead and do the next research tech, and we will go ahead and grab production efficiency to improve our existing one. Go ahead and also start building another civilian factory for now. Okay. Now that we've got this, we're going to go ahead and build a naval base. We'll also want to modify our occupied territories law because the default is military governor, which I do not like. I want local police force. And then we're also going to want to switch these to... I'll just make a garrison template. This will be fine. We don't have any tanks, so we don't want to be using tanks, and we'll remove all of the... Actually, undo that change. We want to... Replacing him... Oh, it costs 5 to remove, costs 5 to replace. Okay, yeah, then we'll just put cavalry in there, and we'll put cavalry in here. Because it would cost the same to remove them anyways. We basically want a pure cavalry division. And then we replace with this garrison. Which... I'm not sure why the supply cost is more expensive. That doesn't really make sense. It's because of the extra suppression from the light tank, but the light tank doesn't... Yeah, that's a little weird why it says that. But basically, you want pure cavalry. Templates for garrisons early on. Cavalry provide So you can see this is a 10 battalion cavalry division, so each cavalry is providing 2 suppression. Infantry provide 1.5 suppression. Cavalry, if I remember right, these guys are using 100 infantry equipment. Cavalry use 120. So you're getting 50% more suppression. Uh, 50% more suppression for 20% more cost, so it's worth it, because suppression is what you need when you garrison. Is the stream going to be available as a recording later, Bard? Yes. I do have it set up that it should record and save as a VOD afterwards. All right, now the big difference is you can see that naval bases only cost 5,000 instead of 20,000. You can hopefully get supply in. The joys of the AI reorganizing. Oh, okay, so we've got, all right, we have a little bit of a mess here. I think this is fine. Kind of want to keep everybody under the command of our general, so I don't want to like mess with things too much. As opposed to separating a new army group, but this is a little unfortunate. We want to chase that guy and try and break him while his org's still low. We get him encircled now. In theory. These extra divisions. Let's give us a little more supply. So now with our garrisons, the big thing is we're going to start having manpower and equipment being used for our garrisons. But we need to be doing that because as we get improved compliance, which is basically how much the local population is willing to work with us, as that improves, we will be able to get more and more like manpower and factories out of them. It'll never be as much as like our core territory. But it is something, and it's basically the only way for us to really grow our industry and manpower base, so we got to take what we can get. And we're looking at, just a bunch of mountain provinces, so unfortunately we're not going to have much choice but to try and throw ourselves at these mountain provinces. I'm going to wait until we finish that naval base. We are not going to have any supply until we get that naval base situation, so it should give us a little bit of supply up to these guys. Let's start. What ideology? Yeah, so we did communism because the Soviet Union are on historical, so they will do support Afghan communism by default. So by being communist, we avoid having to deal with Soviet communist pressure, and they might be able to... I'm not sure what the pressure Afghan government does. That might be like threaten a war if I don't flip ideology. So, yeah. I think also by being communist and going to war with Iran, that should make this should make it more difficult for Iran to join the Allies, which is my big concern if the war goes on for too long. Let's see if I can attack these guys while they're, just because they're in such low supply. Can we get some damage done to them? I'm gonna go ahead and nab this motorization effort, get the 300% research bonus for trucks, because trucks are really... research is just at a premium for us, so reducing our research costs is going to be very nice. We're going to start taking garrison damage also, so yeah, you see we lost 13 manpower there. Hopefully it shouldn't be too bad, because the population of these states aren't super high. And we do have local police force, which is a minus 50% damage to garrisons, and we're also running Prince of Terror, which is another minus 25%. Not sure exactly how those two stack, but it's still something. So we're trying to minimize that. again, that would have been an advantage if we did what Savanox mentioned, which was if we do, we could have gone down the fascist tree, but still had the communist advisor and still like tried to flip communist while having the fascist focuses, and then that would have given us this minus 10% damage to garrisons and these extra recruitable population bonuses. But we kind of ended up needing the political power, so pros and cons. So we're just waiting on. We'll just crank up the speed. Yeah, we'll just have to eat this attrition for right now. I could micro moving these troops around, but it involved messing around with the AI orders, and I don't think the equipment loss is so severe that we really need to be worrying about it. Yeah. 20th of June, so we got another month of just holding here. Can probably make some moves attacking like these guys. They're pretty low supply, and our divisions have. Yeah, so our divisions. And another reason to be doing this is because, again, we're going to start grinding up the Mountaineer bonus for our general. So, yeah, we'll start to slowly grind at Mountaineer, which is only 10%, but that'll be good. And then if we get adaptable, that's another massive terrain penalty reduction. So, we'll want to keep going for that. Let's see if we can actually make some moves on these guys up here. It's a little bit tougher because like these divisions get a crossing penalty for a river, but it looks like we can do some damage. Remember, it's kind of nice to actually attack the high org troops. Oh, and he still has a little bit of low supply. Because attacking these high org troops means they stay in battle for longer, which means they take more strength damage. Speaking of which, you can see our casualties were at 8,000 to 58,000, so pretty bad for them. We're actually going to have to halt that attack early because the division breaks right when we're doing it. We'll take... our divisions will move in, and that's just not really what we want right now. Alright, cool. And also, fighting cavalry divisions is nice, because cavalry divisions, it's going to actually result in more equipment being lost. I don't think cavalry have a big stat upgrade over infantry. The big thing cavalry give you is they're faster at moving, and they might have some weird like terrain modifiers. $786. All right, we'll go ahead and just cancel that attack because I believe, yeah, we're about to have our naval base, and we'll just keep doing doctrine effort. All right, now we built that naval base. We're going to want to build a railroad connecting our supply hub. Actually, what we'll do, we can build the supply hub to flow like that, so that if the combat occurs in this province, it won't slow down construction. Move that to the top, and then also what we're going to do, it's not an issue right now, but once we get more naval bases, by default, the AI supply system likes to move supply between naval bases via convoys. You can see we don't have any convoys, which is going to cause a problem. So, and that's even if you have railroads connecting them. So what we're going to do is we're going to block usage of our boats in the sea zone. That'll prevent those naval supply connections. And if we build railroads connecting supply hubs, now they'll function like landlocked supply hubs, as opposed to trying to use convoys. And I mean, there were pros and cons to, like, because if the trade flows navally, then it flows via convoys as opposed to railroads and using trains, which can be advantageous, but for us it's not, because we are Afghanistan. We were a landlocked country until now. Yeah, so we're not actually getting any supply out of the supply hub yet. We need to connect it, and then hopefully supply will flow, and at least, I don't know they'll fix the supply situation, but it should make things just a little bit more bearable. Also, once we get trucks, which we will be researching soon, we can start using trucks to distribute supply, which will also improve things. But I think now it looks like we're just going to have to start hammering these guys. This is going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult to break this province on account of the mountains, but we can actually halt the attack, because it looks like, yep, we got infantry expert. Nice. The trade must flow. Oh god. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing, is that also, I mean, fortunately we're trading with Soviet Union, so we're trading by land, but yeah, when we have trade convoys, we might get into trouble. Alright, we are almost done with our railroad. How are we doing on our occupied territories? Yeah, that's another consequence of having such low stability. We just kind of have to deal. How close are we to getting the Mountaineer trait? We are not super close. Alright, we want to get trucks. And we'll want to go ahead and upgrade our artillery, which will get us more damage. Alright, now we've got supply, but you can see we are still in a little bit of a rough one. Also, our state supplies are scaled down because of not having full control of the state. Interesting. So I guess it is worth it to go ahead and, like, finish up nabbing control of the state then. That might actually improve our supply situation. Go ahead and nab. Move these guys then to attack and nab these guys. There. Cavalryman. You can see we're starting to take more casualties just because we're doing these offensives, but we're attacking when we pretty much know we're going to win, so we're not just throwing ourselves blindly at our opponent. Alright. How much did that help us? A little bit. It also spreads out. It's going to redirect. Our troops are going to redistribute now to try and have a more balanced front line. So that should help us some. I wonder if we got closer. I am just wondering if we want to just keep pushing where we can, eat the supply penalties in the hopes of just stretching his front line out a bunch, but he doesn't seem to be particularly interested. Oh, yeah, no, he covered his front line. Yeah, desert. Okay, we do have some desert provinces we can still attack. Yeah, start stacking up that strength damage. And yeah, we'll go ahead. We're just gonna have to fight over time for this. We might. Yeah, we're pretty low on artillery actually. That's probably what we're getting hit on, the attrition. And mutinies in the army. I guess is this a stability problem? I thought my war support was high enough. Yeah, we'll just sacrifice political power. We got an 80% chance of net gaining something from this, although we do take a big production hit or political power hit. Poland refuses German ultimatum. Yes, now we can get another. Okay, that's another big bonus for our troops. Stop and let them reorg. You know, what I think I'm going to do is actually, we're going to switch all these guys to not needing artillery, and then we'll stop taking as much artillery, as many artillery losses. Also, how are we doing on computing machine? We're getting pretty close to having computing machine, so we'll go ahead and do secret weapons. This will let us get even better computers. Got this guy up here. Yeah, and also switching out that support artillery means that these divisions now use less supply usage. They have less supply usage, so it's a little bit better. Army offensive special. Offensive specialist would be good. Unfortunately, I would like more than a 5% bonus. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's the whole thing with video game streaming, you know. It's kind of great for video game companies because it gets people to want to play the game. So the problem with upping this to higher tier infantry equipment is we're going to need more steel, which we're kind of strapped for supplies for, so instead we're just going to try and improve our industry some more. Work that division. You can see we still got 5x more casualties than we have, although unfortunately our losses due to attrition, yeah, are pretty significant. See, what is this 488? I guess this is attrition. This lost in combat is the attrition we've taken while moving, I suppose. You know, we have to cancel our offensive so we don't actually move into that province. If we could just get Mountaineer. We do have a good amount of infantry equipment in reserve, so what I'm going to do actually is we're going to duplicate this. We're going to make some bigger infantry divisions. And then those are going to get, they get more soft attack, and they're also going to get more breakthrough and just overall improvements to their stats. Don't have enough army XP right now, but that's fine. And I'll go ahead and switch all of these divisions over to that template. We'll also go ahead and set these guys to our high priority, since those are going to be our main offensive templates. Let them reinforce, and then we're going to have to start pushing. We just need to be careful. I mean, obviously, increasing the size of these divisions is going to increase their supply usage. Yes. All right, so we got the mutinies resolved, and we gained 5%. 5% increase to stability. Unfortunately, we're still under 50%, so that still puts us in a little bit of the danger zone. But we're getting closer. Back. Again. Now, unfortunately, because we added basically some more green troops into these divisions, they then sort of get knocked down in their experience level, but they'll get bloodied and get their experience back. It looks like we're overall performing pretty well. I'm hopeful that once this province falls, we'll be able to generate some momentum and start like finishing this off entirely. Oh, nice, yeah. That's beyond multiple monitors. That's multiple computers. Yeah, and now he moved troops to reinforce. I'll still keep attacking until we can break these divisions, hopefully. That should inflict a larger casualty penalty to him. But, yeah, things become rough once he starts reinforcing. And then I would manually intercept the reinforcements as they're coming in. Yeah, now we have to halt this attack. Let's see how bad the losses were. Yeah, we took some more serious losses for that one. Could get dockyards, but that's going to be in non-core territory that we tentatively hold at best. So, not the greatest move, unfortunately, at the time for now. Screw it, we'll go ahead and get a plane designer. I get some planes later on in the future. Okay, and now we can add more infantry. The troops, and how close are we to getting Mountaineer? A lot closer, we're almost halfway to Mountaineer, so that'll be helpful. Unfortunately, we are in big equipment deficits. Okay, yeah, now we've got a little bit of a problem. Okay, what we're going to do... I hate to do this. We are going to need additional generals anyways, so what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and create a new general of these guys. I guess we'll go ahead and promote this guy. Put him under the field marshal, and then we'll also basically give him a frontline order here with an attack order. And then what this will do is this will cause our other divisions to redistribute, which should hopefully get some troops out of this low supply area and make things a little more bearable for us so we're not taking so many losses from attrition, because that's exacerbating our equipment situation right now. We just can't outproduce our attrition losses, which is very unfortunate. Also, once we get that civilian factory, we're going to need a honestly, we might just go ahead and build a military factory right away. And then I'm just going to switch all these guys back to regular 10-width infantry to minimize their impact on supply and also hopefully free up a little bit more artillery. Why not siphon a couple units off to a strike force army and give them artillery to do encirclements? Well, so the problem with doing encirclements specifically is just these are all mountains, and breaking these mountain provinces is very, very slow, and it gives the AI enough time to reinforce them. And if I push anywhere in the area, I'm going to take big supply losses. I guess one of the things I could have tried to do is, like, I could try and leave these areas, like, make a pocket. Like, say I left, like, these two provinces empty and tried to, like, lure divisions in. I could maybe do that to get encirclements, but It's kind of finicky relying on the AI for that to happen. So it could maybe work. It's just that the problem right now is just the supplies. The supply situation is just really bad. And we have very little we had very little equipment. Now that we've freed up some artillery, I'm hoping to actually do that. But like, let's see, if I wanted to add, say I wanted to replace one of these guys with an artillery, so that's going to add 48 artillery, which, yeah, that's 252 artillery. Can't really afford. RIP France. Let's see what's going on in Europe for a second. Yep, that looks pretty historical right about now. I don't think Yugoslavia is much longer for this world. Rudolf Hess dead. Or wait, was that just his flight? I don't think he actually died in that one. If it's on historical, it should have the result where he's just picked up by British authorities. We're trying to inch towards Mountaineer. We'll have this guy try and do his attack. See how this goes. God, I don't like. Are these like thicker divisions or something? Because he is. There's some pretty serious stats he's got. Granted, they did spend a lot of time in combat because of the consequence of me attacking over and over again. So yeah, and he's reinforcing troops from somewhere, not directly on his front lines, which then causes me problems. I think I have to halt the attack now. Yeah, so he's got a troop stationed maybe in that probably that port. Okay, he just moved. Yeah, he moves a bunch of divisions in there. So he still has a bunch of divisions out in force that he can bring in. Honestly, I guess these equipment effort ones are still useful. And again, right now, we can just kind of... I mean, if we just keep this up, we'll eventually grind out Mountaineer. And then if we also can get Adaptable on top of that, that'll improve our general's ability to lead troops in these mountain combats quite a bit. But again, we're just stuck sort of slow playing it. I'll attack again. See how this trade goes. We're 21.3 to 75.4. And then we have to stop when he brings that extra division in. Yeah, so I mean, it's pretty close, it looks like, for even trading, but not something I really want to just keep doing. Also, let me switch these guys back to having artillery, since they are actually actively fighting and attacking and everything. Interesting, he's now going to try and reinforce this combat. He hasn't been doing that before. He's probably getting more divisions out just by virtue. I mean, his industry overall is, yeah, it's superior to ours, so it is a tough uphill battle. By all rights, put 2 AI in this matchup, and Iran should always win. But we're trying to do a little bit better than the AI. We're also, okay, we're going to get some logistics companies also, and hopefully we can squeeze a little bit better. Something a little more out of the situation. Get some extra breakthrough will be helpful. Halt the offensive. Initialize it again. See a strength ticker go down. Did we... Oh, we freed up just another trait. We still haven't got Mountaineer. The big thing is if we get Mountaineer, we can free up Adaptable, and that'll be very helpful. Need to halt out those guys. Alright. We'll get improved computing machine, get some much bigger research. And we'll go ahead and do the 1940 artillery, or even more soft attack. Alright, we need to cancel the attack again, re-up it, because we do not want to move into that province. Yep, there we go, broke both those troops. 5 to 81. Yeah, this attrition, though, is just, it is a problem. Oh, we can upgrade our artillery. I could just pull the ever-increasing numbers of troops also back down here. Do that. Grab, like, 2 of these guys and just pull them down. I guess I could also just take these guys and have them also be a new field commander, go and promote them. Draw them here. And how many troops does that leave? 8, so then we can spread these guys out. I guess the downside is that now we're not stacking Mountaineer, but we really need to fix this attrition situation. Yeah, now the downside of our new general, we have far fewer bonuses to our attacks and whatnot. Go ahead and grab a tank designer. How are we doing on infantry? We do have a good amount of infantry equipment, though, so I can switch more of these guys over to 18 with infantry. Maybe switch these guys over as well. No. Not quite. Ooh, do we have enough firepower now? Well, if we break these two divisions out of the combat, maybe. Not quite. Couldn't quite get there. And yeah, we took some heavy losses because of that. Why Afghanistan is not one of the most popular countries to play. Although I guess if a lot of people do A to Z playthroughs, it gets a lot of play by virtue of that. Invite to faction, yeah, we will decline for... Actually, okay. Now, we'll decline just because if I... That will really mess up the front lines if we join Comintern, because our troops will now be able to pass through Soviet territory. Wait, did he move? He moved a bunch of troops out of there for a second, while you're probably reorganizing his front lines. He can just get his reinforcements in. We really need to break him before he can reinforce that area. I don't even know why we're attacking. Oh, that was an attack I ordered earlier. Yeah, see, our casualty gap has started to close on him pretty significantly, unfortunately. Okay, we do have trucks, so one thing I can do is hopefully... Yeah, so that'll require 40 trucks. Improves things a little bit. I'll need about 80 trucks to refill that. More artillery, more equipment. Let's go for the artillery bonuses for now. May have been useful to actually train some mountaineers. Unfortunately, that would require research to get mountaineers. Plus 35% in mountains. That's probably worth it for our next research. That probably would have been the move, actually, but we also won't be able to field that many, though, because of the way special forces work. We'll go ahead and now we'll do mountaineers. See if we get trucks there. Okay, there we go. So that has improved our supply situation somewhat, which means I can probably then hopefully get away with doing this. Alright. If that's the case, what we're going to do is I'm going to How many stats is this guy? This guy, not too much progress on stats. So we're going to bring these guys back in, because now they'll be merged with this main army. Drag the front line down here. And we're going to have these troops attack into there. Okay, well this at least lets us... Okay, this lets us see... Oh, is he going... He might make a mistake and leave this province empty, and then we can just encircle this port. He's also attacking me here, which I guess is probably driven by the low supply situation. I up this motorization level and up this one. I mean, as I get more trucks, it'll hopefully improve things. I cannot. There's no way I can lock him up in enough time to actually stop him there. But he's moving out immediately. This is interesting that he seems to want to keep attacking these two divisions. Must be because of its low supply situation. We're gonna see if we can actually just encircle him easily here. As if this works. Now, okay, we'll just let him keep attacking our troops there. I mean, he's got to be taking some serious losses from that. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be, like, even with these guys in low supply, not going to be the worst thing in the world. Yeah, that's what a lot of people I know. Feedback Gaming has mentioned wanting a special forces rework. Oh, hey, we got positive stability, and we can do improved worker conditions again to get more stability. Hooray. Unfortunately, I don't think improving these supply hubs, we can really get the supply out to this province. What I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate one of these guys out. Units will store supply. So one of the things we could do is actually rotate them out. Oh god, I was not expecting that. Oh well. I mean, I do have the supply to deal. This may have presented an unforeseen opportunity. Let's see what he does about this. Sure, let's get advanced artillery, why not? Interesting, and he's doing force attack. Okay, well now I'm very curious. He's gonna take, I mean, yeah, he's gonna take a lot of damage from that. Actually, because these guys are in force attack, I think that means they're not taking orb damage while I attack them as well. Which means they should just be able to get... No, I guess they take orb damage while they're defending? Weird. Don't actually move in, though. I think it might work in my favor if it pulls troops out of the port. If nothing else, we get back to just, you know, inflicting casualties on him once again and try and get our casualty ratio back up. And plus, our supply situation has been resolved. Actually, I wonder... merge these. I'm just going to merge these guys back into the army again at this point because their supply situation is resolved. Can I switch all these guys to 18 with infantry support? Almost. Let's go ahead and make the switch. And because we're doing that, we will go ahead and switch them back to regular. Regular reinforcement priority. Oh yeah, this is a desert province. Oh, how bad's our... We are going to need to sacrifice another civilian factory for steel to keep our production good. Alright, but let's see how much damage we can do to, like, these divisions now. 80, 75, 74. Yep, that's pretty bad. Pretty brutal. Might be able to do some damage here also, and this will help grind out Mountaineer. The doctrine, we can get infiltration, and then we can also, once we get down to infiltration assault, we can get more supply consumption reduction, which will also help us. We'll do, yeah, we like to do fighter effort. Yeah, because we get fighter focus. Yeah, because basically what you can do is you can actually get all these bonuses because they changed the way airframes work. You can basically get like 100% research bonuses for the entire line of fighters up to 1944 fighters. So we'll be sure to take advantage of that. Oh yeah, now we're hitting him with a really high attack. Holy crap! Yeah, we're doing a lot of damage to him. But man, getting that Mountaineer XP is just, it is brutal. Waiting for those divisions to move in. We'll let both of them move in. Nah, we'll knock this one out. And then knock the other one out. How much damage are we doing in terms of strength damage? Unfortunately, it looks like we're only doing about 6% strength damage, but he's taking many more losses than we are, and that's all that really matters. All right, you know what? We are going. We'll see if we can actually exploit an encirclement here. It will be unfortunate that I have to break my front line order, but basically what I have to do. Well, actually, no. I guess I can make do with just a fallback line. It's just a little annoying because I'm trying to keep all my. How am I even going to do this? I want the line to be like that? Oh God. That's terrible. All right. Basically, I'm trying to keep my divisions all under one general because we're trying to build up this general's XP as much as possible. Let's see if he'll actually move into this province, though. I'm very curious if he will, because this might just work if we can do an encirclement trap here. Come on, buddy. Might need to antagonize the AI somewhat. as if that isn't what I've been doing this whole time. So I'm hoping if I get him in the mood to reorganize his troops, he'll actually do something. Oh cool, that creates a Mountaineer template by default. Gonna need enough Army XP to reorg that, though. Yeah, the problem is I really need to be able to lure him into a series of desert provinces that can be encircled. Let's try the other one. Doesn't look like he's going to go for that, but we might be able to get him to go for... oh god. Come on. You not? Doesn't like when I insert. Alright. Okay, we'll just have to we will just actually have to switch generals again. All of groups. This guy's got slightly better stats. Actually, the fallback line needs for like that in order to work. And then the rest of these guys, the best I can probably do is this. Oh, we got super high tier artillery relatively early. Well, I guess we got like, I think that's the 1942 artillery in 1940, so not a huge advancement. Or why I want to maintain control of this state pretty well is try and maintain our compliance level that we've already built up. These guys really don't want to get circled. Actually, since special for I have to do mechanization effort. Okay, yeah, we'll just do aviation effort. All right, yep, all that work or not, it seems. Oh, Trotsky survived the assassination attempt. Well, that's ahistorical. Okay, interesting. Now, if he cycles his troops in this area, these troops might get to where they end up having low strength, maybe. And then we could make a move to take that province. But, this is a slog. And I know what you're thinking. War in Afghanistan, a slog? More likely than you think. Alright, we do actually have the stability and war support, so I'm going to go ahead and do some of these decisions to get some extra building slots, which will let us build more military and civilian factories, which we are in need of. Oh, hey, we managed to actually take that province, which honestly we'll just go ahead and hold. I kind of want him to distribute more troops on his front line, especially if we put... Oh, don't want to grab all of them. Especially puts more troops in this little kill zone we've got right here. I wonder if he could be goaded into taking that province and then this province. That province would be protected by 3. The problem is it's a mound province, though, which would be very difficult to take back. I promise not all games of Hearts of Iron 4 are as boring as this. We're just kind of in a... We're just in a tough spot. Oh my... No way! Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you, Turkey. I mean, you have a non-aggression pact with Iran, so I don't know why you're helping me, but sure, I'll take it. Again, I don't know why. As I clicked the army icon. We'll go ahead and do battlefield support. We'll hold off on grabbing that for the time being. Oh, actually, maybe we do want to join Comintern because then we could get technology sharing. Maybe. Guess we'll go ahead and just do mechanization effort. I suppose we have a chance of taking this province. Doesn't look like it. We have enough army XP though. Let's make a better Mountaineer division. Sure. We'll join. Okay, I am valid for that. We will not invite the Soviet Union into our wars, though. We will do this on our own. And part of the reason we don't want to just invite the Soviet Union is that if they steamroll Iran, we're going to get to take very little territory from Iran. So that would kind of defeat the whole purpose of this war. Because how much territory you can take is based on war participation. 2 men on the port, yeah, but now we can't attack it from 3 directions. We can only attack it from 2 directions. So it's an unfortunate situation. I wonder if this is in supply range if I attack these guys here. Oh, hey, now the Soviet Union will lend lease us. Nice. Oh, now Turkey won't lend lease us. Lame. Alright, how bad is this? What does this do to our supply? Ah, still fine. Still in supply. Makes me tempted on if we could actually push all the way up here. Like, we got, what, desert, mountain, maybe desert, mountain. Oh, and then also, pro tip, when the Soviet Union starts sending a bunch of troops in, basically you're going to want to disable supply usage, allied supply usage, so that now the Soviet troops won't steal all the supply. Because otherwise that puts you in a very bad position. Alright, now, oh yes, now these are desert provinces, which we should have a much easier time pushing on. How close are we to Mountaineer? 534 still. Curious if he's going to just keep attacking my troops there, actually. Once again, if we're in a position where he's just going to keep attacking me, that's actually beneficial. Because he'll slowly lose supply and all that stuff. We have enough supply range. I mean, if we take this province, he has to field 3 times as many troops because he now has to cover these 3 provinces. So I think it's worth it, even if we might be in somewhat worse supply situation if we take this province. Oh, Mashhad is a... Oh, that's Germany justifying on the Soviet Union. Never mind, we can safely ignore that. Alright, now the question is, can we take Mashhad? Maybe. Let's find out. Hooray, now we have surplus artillery, which I try and make some 7.2s. That's something I could have done, trying to game getting Lend-Lease from other countries. But they're changing that in the future, so I don't feel too bad about doing that if you're watching the stream for educational purposes, because anything I did on that wouldn't work on account of them reworking that system. Now these guys are going to have a bad time. Oh, he only has one unit in the port. Let's go! Probably created enough chaos on his front line where he's like, oh no, gotta reorg troops. Means that this port is free real estate. And we want to attack him. I don't want, wherever those troops are going, I don't want them going there. Yes! Alright, we're still moving. Yes! Alright, we finally got that port. Need to build a railroad to connect it to our supply line, but... Alright. We can go ahead and give that over to full trucks. Not that it really matters all that much. Actually, what we'll do... First of all, we're going to deny allied supply. We'll switch all these guys back to cavalry, and then what we will do is we will just set our army to automatically use trucks. And then that way we don't have to micro that, and more importantly, as we advance, we won't need to manually keep flipping supply hubs to using trucks. The downside is we might run out of trucks doing that, but we'll live with those consequences. God, I can't see my dudes on top of the Soviet army. All right, so by joining Comintern, yeah, he's spreading troops out to cover the Soviet front line because the Soviets could attack him at any minute. Yeah, that was, so it would have been smart to join Comintern earlier. Oh well. And because we're getting all that supply from the, ports now, that are distributed via the trucks, we should be able to advance relatively aggressively now. I don't really want to try and get encirclement because of all those mountain provinces we'd have to fight through. Mountaineer, 564, slow going. But yeah, now we want to take this next port again, get more supply that way. Now we're overextending our supply lines. But we're very close to stealing his supply hub. So we're just going to keep going and hope for the best. Now we're making some moves. Gaps in his front line? Not really. There might be some we can exploit, but the problem is we're in such bad supply once again. There's a limit to what we can really do. Extend the railroad. Yeah, alright, this is too far of a push in the north, so we need to halt our offensives, and we're going to need to reorganize, so... Not garrison order. We'll, like, fall back to this front, and regroup from there and not be in such bad supply. Gonna go for ideological fanaticism because we should. Interesting that he now decides to launch a bunch of attacks. But again, I guess he's seems to be prioritizing divisions with low supply that are actively taking attrition. It's not going to go very well for him, but I have to deal with the fact that he might try and cut off our retreat paths, which would not be good. Alright, this works out because now I'll have a lot more troops down here for operations, because this is where we can just push along the coast where we're in supply. And then, yeah, this is a supply hub also, so we can push up from here to here and then take Tehran, and then once Tehran falls, we should be in a pretty good position. This thing that's annoying about the way the AI retreats, but... Not a lot of political power saved up. Anything important? Import allied propaganda films? Sure. Yeah, nothing really good in particular. It's good enough, I'll reset a front line and make it an offensive line order again. Get that naval focus to get convoys going. The problem is if I get 3 dockyards, that's going to count towards my factory total, and then that's going to tag my civilian industry. Which is already not great. And because I need to import so many resources, I really can't afford for that to be getting worse. I do want to do the naval focuses soon. But promote a general for your high command. The only one I would do is I could promote this guy to get army offense. He'd be a plus 5% though. And I think I'd rather get the extra army XP and have the 10% division defense. Because I think this 10% division defense, it still contributes to... I think the 10% still contributes to breakthrough, because defense, I believe, is both... Certain defense bonuses are both defense and breakthrough. So I think this is fine as is. Because this guy... I mean, this guy, I could get army regrouping for a little bit of division recovery rate. But oh, no. That is the downside of having the Soviet Union in, is that it can mess up your front lines. You guys can't see. That's always fun to deal with. Alright, we're getting close to getting that minus 10% supply consumption, which will help us. Oh, no, you don't, buddy. Okay, maybe he does in fact get in there. Oh, nope, we got it in time. Hell yeah. Ugh. Are Mountaineer units being used at all? I am not. I don't know how many I can actually train. Let's just... Yeah, I could get 2 18-width Mountaineer divisions. Yes, I could swap these 2 guys down to it, because they are just... I mean, they're going to have to fight through that one, so yeah, probably worth it to go and switch these guys to Mountaineers. Oh, I'll switch the Mountaineers to high priority. Any chance I could request Unleash? Got artillery. Base reluctance. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can. American opinion. I might be able to get America's opinion up, actually. Unit unable to move to a province along its path. Well, it doesn't have a path. And we're also pretty close to getting Mountaineer, which we can then get adaptable. So let's see how these guys do. Yeah, so overall they're doing more. Unfortunately, it took the experience hit, so if they were more experienced, they'd be doing better. But we just kind of can keep grinding them out. Lend-Lease from USSR. USSR, maybe. I mean, the problem is the USSR is kind of... oh, yeah, sure. I didn't think they would accept because of war, but... I kind of don't necessarily want them to just lose to Germany, but... We'll see what happens. Yeah, improving relations with the United States. I mean, honestly, we're getting to the point where we've got a ton of political power, so it's not a huge deal. I think I'll go and switch to free trade also just to get the 2 tungsten. I'm using one of it. Not really. Well, I will get oil from Iran, actually. Yeah, okay, so I won't actually just flip. Yes, technology sharing, get an extra research slot. Yeah, I need to stop, regain our org. It's 50. Go ahead and start another fight in the mountains. Oh, hey, wait, that province can actually contribute also. There's one division there, so let's go. Now I'm just going to have all those divisions going because I need everybody to basically push to try and grab that port. And we can... Ooh, I need more troops in. Run there. Yes. Sometimes they get the encirclement penalty though, and sometimes they don't. Like this guy didn't have the encirclement penalty. But oh yeah, that's a helmet pop. I think it's the first helmet pop of the game so far. Alright. I want these mountaineers to stay here. Because we need to push to that supply hub. We also need to build a railroad connecting that to the rest of our rail network. Takes top priority. I swear, I'm actually gonna, like, if I capitulate them when I'm only, like, 50 days from the... Honestly, we'll also just go ahead and start justifying on Iraq now. Oh, I need to redraw the offensive line order again. Yep, so... Yeah, communist influence from the Soviet Union, so that was the big thing I got. Again, I don't know if I'm not communist, if that pressure one is, like, demanding the changing government. Oh! Okay, they're doing women in aviation. They can do the, if they start doing, Oh, wait, no, they didn't do support Afghan communism. Huh. Weird. Guess that's something else. At this point, the big reason... Well, I just found Iraq when you already have... jokes. The only reason I'm not bum rushing Tehran is because I lose technology sharing if I'm no longer at war, so that's why I'm not, like, super aggro, trying to take Tehran right now. How many manpower? Okay, we've only lost like 1,000 manpower in the last 12 months. That's not bad at all. Compliance is pretty low, but that's to be expected when the country is still, you're still actively fighting the country. Because if you look, you can see resistance. Part of it's the low stability. Um, huh. I thought it would say, like, country is still, like, fighting or whatever. Hmm. Oh, well. Oh, hey, that means I have enough to actually build an intelligence agency and intelligence service. Ah, that supply map mode is beautiful. Oh god, now the Soviet Union closed their economy. I guess we'll import from Vichy, France. Oh no. Yeah, that's fine. We'll import. We're only locked up because we're building our intel agency, which the intel agency is worth it. Get at least 2 operatives to help root out resistance. It well worth it. Well worth the investment. Alright, cool. Now we got technology sharing. We can switch to... We'll go ahead and just do CAS effort. Construction. And now we will just push and see how well we can do if we just do a general push. Problem is, I don't think Tehran will capitulate them because they have all these, like, Tabriz and all these other cities. So, gonna have to, like, basically cut them in half and then, yes, I will absolutely take Lend-Lease from everybody and turn, yeah. How's the U.S.? How am I doing with the U.S.? Will you guys give me Lend-Lease? How about some infantry equipment also? Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I hope I don't need convoys. Hey, can I get some convoys also? Thanks, bro. Oh, did we get it? We finally got Mountaineer. We could get adaptable. Thank goodness. Should mean that our actual urban terrain combat penalty should be relatively light overall. Well, I guess we don't have urban assault specialists, so maybe not so much. Alright, let's start researching tanks. And we'll go ahead and research the better infantry equipment. Hooray! Woo! Alright, yeah, and we're just gonna take everything. I guess they might have had a navy, but I don't think so. Whew. Alright, yeah, and the resistance should be a little bit lower now. Controller, yeah, controller. Okay, so I guess it's controller as a piece. Um, whew. So yeah, now we got more factories. We'll go ahead and queue up more infrastructure, just in general, but just so our factories have something to do, but we'll want to prioritize. I think we want to prioritize expanding our civilian industry for the time being. We're pretty okay at this point with our sort of standing army. Iraq should be much easier to defeat. They have fewer divisions, and it's all basically just desert. So we have a lot of pretty well-trained troops. Oh, that's right. We also have medals to assign. So we can go into, I think it's we go here and we go show field commanders. Yeah, now I can, and we're going to give them all the Distinguished Service Medal, which is minus 15% supply consumption to all of these divisions, which is amazing. So now if we look at some of these, like, so what's a template that's got? So we click, yeah, for details now, template. Yeah, so now we've got minus 30, minus 40, minus 45% supply usage. That is amazing. And how are we doing on support equipment? Okay. Might be able... Okay, we're going to squeeze the U.S. for a little... We're going to see if we can squeeze the U.S. for a little bit more. We're going to... I'll go ahead and switch all my guys back to the 18-width infantry with support. We're going to go ahead and add logistics companies. Oh, we actually have enough support equipment and everything. Oh, and that's going to give us another minus 20% supply usage. That is so good. Let's see, how's the Toronto rail network? This is all pretty good. I'm debating if we want to make a railroad that just sort of crosses from here, but it looks like we didn't have any supply in the northern region, so oh well. Yeah, now we check the supply usage for these divisions, and yeah, we are getting... Well, that one doesn't have the citation, but still. Now, the tricky thing is going to be, what do we do when, I guess after we take Iraq, we could go for Saudi Arabia. I'm surprised Turkey hasn't canceled their non-aggression pact with us. Yeah, we could try to go for Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman. After that, things get difficult on account of, in general, if we get somebody with Seducer, I always go for Seducer. The operative detection chance factor is just really nice when you start going up against sort of, if you're going to have them do like higher level mission stuff as opposed to just like root out resistance, which is what I'm going to have them do. I think I can. Sometimes you can squeeze a little more states in. Yeah. Every little bit helps with that. In terms of other generals or whatever, we can go ahead and we'll just go ahead and grab a ground support guy, get some and yeah, we'll get the decisive battle. We'll just get some ticking air and army or air and navy XP. Interesting. He's fielded a truck division. We want to go ahead and do 5 intelligence agency upgrades because that'll get us our second operative, and we want to go ahead and get anti-partisan because we're going to have our operatives doing redoubt resistance, and this will increase their effectiveness. This will give us about, I think, -7% resistance target for all our states, which is good. Lower resistance means fewer attacks on our garrisons. Fewer attacks on our garrisons means fewer dead bodies and less equipment loss. Yeah, we're now losing like 1,500 manpower. And that'll go down also once we built up more compliance. Um, but building compliance just takes time. All right, now we'll go ahead and do naval effort. And we aren't, the reason we don't want to declare war on Turkey is because they're guaranteed on both the Germany and the United Kingdom, which would pull us into war with both the Axis, which wouldn't be a huge deal, and the Allies, which would be a much bigger deal. I am tempted. It'd be extremely difficult, but I do wonder if it would be feasible to try and actually like invade into China and maybe grab some of China through this very narrow stretch from Afghanistan. Because basically we're just like we're hurting for resources, hurting for manpower. Any way we can expand was beneficial. Which recruitable population do we get out of here? 2%, yep, total fit for service, non-core state. Because I'll focus on aviation. We could get like a little bit of planes. That would be nice. Might even get. So one of the things I like to do is you can take an interwar light tank chassis. Yeah, basically make the cheapest possible tank. Riveted armor, gasoline or diesel engine doesn't really matter. Yeah, I think that, yeah, the one-man turret's cheaper than a light superstructure, and you just put like a heavy machine gun, I think is the cheapest gun you can put on it. Yeah. You basically just make this. Call it a garrison light tank. And the thing is, it's got 80% hardness. So then what you can do is I'll just have like one factory producing these. And eventually I can switch all my garrison templates over to this light tank garrison. And the thing is, this 80% hardness that the division has means they only take 20%, they take 80% less damage than troops with no hardness. Which I believe that stacks, I mean, it has to stack multiplicatively, it can't stack additively. stacks multiplicatively with the like minus 50, minus 25% from local police force and Prince of Terror. So then we're taking like 5%, if not less, of the like about five, yeah, about 5% of the normal damage they would take, which I think makes the tanks very much worth it, especially if you're stretched for manpower. And they provide 2.5 suppression points, so they are actually on a per battalion basis more efficient than cavalry, and I think they use a lot less manpower in general, which reduces losses further. I think we're good to just declare war and hope that nothing really bad happens. And the reason there's a little bit of urgency to declare war on Iraq is the United Kingdom has a focus to declare war on them. So if the United Kingdom gets to them first, kind of out of luck there. Looks like we can reach Baghdad, and then we can link that up to our rail network. I'm not doing like the operative agencies because you don't get a pop-up, so you kind of have to manage that yourself, but that works out because I actually want the additional factory so we can build the Baghdad supply faster. Another downside with the convoys, again, this is non-core territory, so we actually don't get all of the convoys, which is unfortunate, but just kind of have to deal with that. Oh yes, and another minus 10% supply consumption. Beautiful. In general, I like to go flexible line. Doing the production efficiency retention is very nice. Oh, and Iraq capitulated. Hooray, that was much faster. Demands. Okay. Great. Oh, man. Now the question is what now? I think the only real move is to pursue... Oh, man. So, I guess Saudi Arabia also got communist influence? Interesting. Saudi Arabia is really the only people we can... I mean, we could declare war on Vichy. They'll join the Axis explicitly then, which might be a good thing. I don't know. We're probably better off because, like, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Oman, they all have factories from the default focus tree. So, yeah, they've got, well, I guess Oman didn't finish their default focus tree, but these countries are all going to accumulate a decent number of factories that we could use. So, we will continue pressing our advantage. Just to justify on a border one, not that it really matters. hope the United Kingdom does not guarantee them. I'd like to think the United Kingdom is a little too busy to be doing that. Oh wait, that was my naval effort for the dockyards. Oh. Oh. Where to put them? Rebuild. Alright, whatever, that's not important. We'll do flexible navy because I want to get nav effort. Which honestly, like, I guess it's fleet envying versus convoy interdiction. Of course, I would prefer to do Renell Doctrine, I prefer to do base strike, and they don't have bonuses for those, so what can you do? Let's go ahead and also connect the railroads a little bit better. Do an explicit connection there, and that's really all I need. How many troops does he even have? 2 to 6? This should be a pretty easy steamroll. Soviet Union's performing pretty well, I must say. Normally the Axis would, I mean, historically the Axis would push much further than this by summer of 42. I think they were getting, like, they're, you know, heading to Stalingrad, Moscow, Leningrad. Not so great. Oh, more medals can be awarded. I guess also I could have microed which divisions were getting, like, achieving certain things, controlling which medals they were getting awarded, but man. Oh god, you can see how many casualties they've taken. Yeah, low manpower, that is unfortunate. How much are we taking from casualties? 2,000. So the nice thing about the extra weekly manpower is that I'm getting 25,000 manpower a year basically from the weekly manpower bonus I receive. So essentially, as long as the garrison damage is less than that, that's relatively sustainable because as compliance increases, I'll get more recruitable pop from this territory, which will be good. So we can keep doing, I'll just do like passive defense basically. Alright. Another 60 days till we have our war goal. They don't seem to have been guaranteed by anybody, which is good. We can do nav effort now. And the nav effort will let us research 1944 planes ahead of time. Then once we have that researched, I can go ahead and design a fighter template. We can go ahead and start producing some fighters. Fighters will be a must-have if we're going to try and survive going to war with, say, the Allies or the Soviet Union or the Axis or something. Actually, I wonder, can I actually leave faction? Yeah, I can leave faction since I'm at peace. One more passive defense, that'll get us a second operative, which will help us in rooting out resistance. Oh yeah, and I can start investing in region-wide. We'll do improved work conditions for the time being, because we still need more stability. More stability, raises, or low stability raises the resistance target, so we want high stability to help prevent that. And also, we get a big stability malus, I think, whenever we declare an offensive war. So that's another thing we need to be cognizant of. And we'll go ahead and do region-wide industrial land integration for free building slots, because we prefer to build in our own territory as opposed to outside of our core territory, because we get fewer of those factories. Oh my god, I don't know why we get these events. Like, these events don't do anything, and I'm pretty sure they might give the opposing country war support, but I'm not sure on that. Alright, moment of truth. Let's see if the Allies get involved. Not these guys too aggressive. We basically just want to try and steamroll the Saudis as quickly as possible. And maybe take that province. America's giving us a lot of convoys. And oh man, we're getting so much equipment from America. Well, that's gonna make things a lot easier, I suppose. I'm actually surprised. I guess I don't think Lend-Lease convoys follow like the trade rules. You just need the convoys available. So. Go ahead and keep doing some tank research. Actually, that's fine to just have a bunch of tanks in there. Change the equipment, and we use... Okay. Allow foreign equipment. Now we'll use new equipment, that's fine. We're not going to be building light tanks, really. Hold on, so we duplicate, change. How many tanks would we actually need to deploy this? Probably need like 5-ish divisions worth, which would be... Yeah, 1,500 tanks. We do not have enough. Alright, we got nav effort. May as well grab special forces. Once we get like all of the focuses, we can also switch to resistance suppression, which will also give us another minus 5% resistance target, which will be nice. Alright, captured a port, so go ahead and run another railroad down there so we can get some supply. Because maybe we take the capital, just a thought. Once again, probably going to go with Commando again, minus 10% own operative detection chance factor, which is pretty good. And we have our new operative, who will also be doing root out resistance. Surprise, surprise. And if like states overlap, it's like they share, you get like 50% increase from, yeah, so we're getting 50% increase here because they're both doing root out resistance here, but that's fine. It's not a huge deal. You just, since we have so much, you do want to like spread the agents out. Yeah, I think we have to take Jeddah and then I believe it'll all be over. They should capitulate. Yeah, they're like on the verge of capitulating. Actually, if we took enough regular territory, it would probably get us there. Because each individual province, even if it doesn't have victory points, still counts a little bit. Yep. Case in point. Whew. Oh, they're probably converting their civilian factories to military factories. That's probably what's happening. So they probably did already complete their focuses. Alright, well. We'll want to group up our divisions over here where we have some supply for the time being. We'll want to build a naval base down here so we can get some supply a little bit closer to the Oman front. And we're also going to want to build some railroads actually connecting these supply lines. Yeah, we took a lot of attrition from that. Yemen sucks to take. Yeah, I can imagine. A lot of mountains. But, I mean, they only have... Okay, they have 1 to 5 divisions, so could be decent. Now, I like to do base strike, and you may be wondering, why on earth would I ever do base strike when I'm going to have no ability to build carriers whatsoever? And the reason for that is these yeah, it's this one, and this one. Naval targeting. So you get plus 10% naval targeting for this one, and you get plus 20% for this one. So this is plus 40% naval targeting. This buffs naval bombers. And from my experience, it buffs both carrier-based naval bombers and land-based naval bombers. So by doing that, we'll be able to get some buffs to our land-based carrier to our land-based naval bombers, which is probably what we're primarily going to be using. I mean, it is what we'll be using because we're not building carriers. We do not have the industry for it. And that plus 40% can be a pretty nice bonus. We need more. Oh god, a little awkward Vichy now officially being in the Axis, and I'm still importing from them, but that's fine. And we want to block out. Transport that way. And we'll go ahead and preemptively block this sea zone after we take Oman. Am I getting anything from trade? Oh, I'm getting 3 factories from trade. Who am I trading with? Japan's importing oil from me. That's funny. So much manpower, though, being used by garrisons. 3,000 casualties past 12 months. Right, yep, let's buff advanced small airframes. Only 80 days to research 1944 airframes as Afghanistan. Beautiful. 21st of December. How much longer until we get our war goal? Oh, it's going to be like 100 days. Yeah, we'll have our naval base in time. Unfortunately, the UK isn't guaranteeing everybody. I'm guessing that they consider themselves to have their hands full. Oh god, Greece is pushing back. Yeah, I don't think the Axis are... I don't think the Axis are in a good position if they haven't been able to take Greece this whole time. Up our steel consumption even more? I don't think so. We'll just do more industry. Okay, at the rate I'm going, probably try and take Yemen and Oman, and then might just call it for tonight at that point. Um, Probably pick this up because the only thing to do after that is basically like decide, are we going to war with a major faction, and if so, who? The two, well, technically there are 3 options. We could go to war with the Allies. Obviously, we could leave Comintern and go to war with the Soviet Union, or we could try and push into China and try and take stuff from the United Front. Um, those are going to be the options. Either of those are going to be very, very involved and also necessitate another military buildup, probably upping conscription laws. Building more military factories, stuff like that. And that's all going to be a lot more prep time that I don't really want to deal with. But yeah, if anybody in chat wants to vote on which faction to declare war on, I may as well could also declare war on the Axis. Not that it would achieve much, but that is an option. All right, we'll go ahead and just finish out like. Sure, we'll get rocketry. Allies would be good to form that one formable nation. Uh, yes. The Persian Empire, yeah. So, um, uh, Yeah, so it's all Italian states in Cyrenaica, all French states in the Middle East, all British states in Egypt, the Middle East, and the Eastern Mediterranean. Also need to conquer Turkey. So yes, I mean I could declare war on Turkey, which would call both the Allies and the Axis in. But that would also call Turkey in, which could be a bit of a problem. Um, the sticking point with the Allies is just that I mean they're going to have so many. I mean I'm not going to like this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 5,000 to 10,000 planes. Do I look at America? Oh, only 2,500 to 5,000 planes. That's gonna be a bit much. Now the advantage is that I have Kuwait and a couple of states here to try and do like the naval invade, the surround like naval base cheese. If I build like a wall of forts here and have enough troops to defend my coastline and hold the line in India, um, I think I could attrition the Allies down, assuming they don't turn their horde too many planes against me, and I get enough planes set up. But that's really also going to be contingent on how well Germany can hold out, because right now Germany's not doing too hot. Um, like I mean, they have pushed into the Soviet Union, but not by much. Um, so I don't know. Or yep, we got the supply hub. Okay. Right. Another month or so for Oman. I justify on Yemen at this point. 185 days, I may as well wait until I'm at war with Oman before I start doing that. You can divvy up production a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, Siam's like actually pushing them. The problem is that like the bottleneck really in this front is just supply is so terrible. Like the issue is I'm probably gonna want like I have to so I could build like forts here and here and here and put like I think with like 24 or 30 troops I should be able to hold that, barring them using their air force. But the problem is like I'm gonna need troops. I'm gonna ideally want like several troops in every single coastal province. Like I'm probably gonna need at least three 24-man armies, I think, to and not to that's not to mention the troops I need to immediately like I'm gonna want to immediately take the UK and like these areas as well. And I also need to make sure I still have trade. That's another big thing is I'm trading with Vichy right now, which should still be fine. Um, unless of course Vichy gets capitulated. So yeah, you're right. I do. If I am going to go to war with the Allies, I need to do it before they actually get resources. Uh, so yeah, yeah, the Allies are like realistically the only option because they're just going to get every month that passes, the Allies get stronger, and by stronger I mean they get more planes, and I mean more ships also. I guess yeah, because while they're at war with Germany, they're more likely to spend time trying to do naval invasions on Germany as well. All right, now I do have the air XP to design a good fighter. So, um, Technically, I could wait until I have engine 4, but I mean, it wouldn't be that expensive to change the template, so I'll go ahead and make it, and probably go ahead and start producing a little bit of this. But basically, we're doing the meta, just strap a bunch of heavy machine guns, no force slot, and then the big difference is for special modules, I'm going to do non-strategic material usage, and then armor plates, 2 sets of armor plates. And the reason for that is I just simply cannot afford the rubber and aluminum costs. So I need to minimize those as much as possible. It will sacrifice air defense, but I don't really have a choice in the matter. These should still trade pretty well. So take what we can get. If I maybe make 3 of these, I could do a trade for aluminum. I'm doing pretty well in infantry. Oh, yeah, ever since America started sending me a bunch of infantry equipment, I'm doing pretty well on that, so we can sacrifice those and do an aluminum trade. I don't know how well I'm prepared. We'll see. How bad's the rubber? Minus 10%. Minus 20%. Not great. Don't really want to sacrifice another factory on rubber. What I can do, actually, though, we can afford to sacrifice another factory on steel. Because that's just going to hit the... I'll move the convoys ahead. That'll hit our... actually, we can let the convoys get hit. We've got 600 convoys. We're doing peachy on convoys. Don't think it'll matter justifying one way or the other. Yeah, it's 125 days whether or not I'm at war. If they were at war, I think it becomes cheaper to justify on them. But this is another thing that's just a little bit annoying, is that we could try and move into these other unoccupied states, guys. Like, maybe this guy? We attack him, perhaps? The rag. Now let's see if our troops have yeah, well, our troops are in supply. We might... I'm hoping that naval base is good enough, but it might not be. And if it isn't, we'll have to build like a naval base all the way down here. Would be like 2 provinces closer, which would probably help. Oh, and I need to build a new rail line connecting the Oman supply hub. Former House Speaker Paul Ryan. I assume you're referring to Ahmad. Oh, more metals. Excellent. Ooh, wait, is this... But what about second metal? Let's show... We'll just go to show field off. Show field. Oh, man, these guys can get in. Hold on. Hold on. You can give somebody the same metal again. Can you? We're gonna find out, guys. If they let me award the same medal again and the buff stacks, I just found my new favorite mechanic in Hearts of Iron 4. I have to know. If I could just stack minus 15% supply consumption modifiers theoretically indefinitely on divisions. Oh boy. Okay, let's check this again. Go field commanders. Please. Please. Okay, hold on. Let's just check details. Template. Stats. 0.2%. It's got 1 minus 15%. Okay, so we're at 0.26 supply usage. Ah. I mean, that's still pretty good. Another like minus 7.5% supply usage. I mean, this division is at minus 30, minus 45, minus 52.5, minus 57, minus 67.5. It's using, ignoring the logistics company, is using 1/3 the normal amount of supply. That is beautiful. But I assume they keep getting halved. So in theory, if I awarded another one, it would be minus like 3.7, 3.8%. I mean, that's still pretty good if you can give like, I mean, even the minus 3.8 one might be worth it. I mean, then it's worth it to just if you turn those divisions into tanks, they'll be using so little supply. Ugh, that could be pretty crazy. Is Turkey? Turkey's not in the war, so I guess they're just doing naval. So Union's doing naval. Or is that Mongolia doing naval? The absolute madmen. Was that a Mongolian naval invasion? Oh, it was probably okay. It was probably a what's the word? Expeditionary forces. Yeah. Can you imagine being a Mongolian conscript being sent into the Black Sea, and then like to the Ukraine, and then you're like, get in the boat. They're like, what? And they're like, get in the boat. Oh, that'd be horrifying. This is the part where then somebody posts that, like, yes, that was actually a thing that, like, Mongolian troops fighting in the Soviet Union during World War II actually did. We're just gonna keep buffing our infantry for now. Oh, and I want to keep buffing tanks. But this is not, I mean, I guess it is kind of nice with the medals to give, like, a political power sync. But I don't know. Man, if that had been additive, though, ooh, that would have been crazy. That's good to know. That means I don't need to micro as necessary, because I was thinking, like, oh, I need to micro which divisions are doing important things to do, to, like, make sure that, oh, I'm getting optimal medal distribution. But if medals can stack, even if it's only, like, a 50%, that means I'm much less inclined to, like, invest in that super heavily. Because honestly, at that point, like, say you get, like, a minus 25% supply consumption modifier from medals on a division, then, like, let it keep getting actions, because, like, then even, like, the, extra defense or extra org or whatever extra stuff you get, that's just worth it. Like, to put, like, you're just gonna have some super kitted out divisions. I could, okay. One, alright, guys, galaxy brain move, right? What if I okay, what it could do, okay, in order to drag the war out, which okay, the Axis is still holding the line. To drag the war out, I'm wondering if it'd be worth it to justify and declare war on Spain. Because if I declare war on Spain, that should push them into the Axis. Well, what I could do is join the Comintern War against the Axis, then declare war on Spain. That should pull the Axis. That should pull Spain into the Axis, which could give the Axis a good surge of manpower to help them survive a little bit longer. And then I declare war on the Allies. Now, the caveat of that is that that also opens up a big front for naval invasions. But honestly, like, if they can't also defend Spain, and also how many divisions? Yeah, they got 50 to 100, 50 to 100 divisions. So that is a good good modifier. So I'm wondering if that could be a move as well. I don't know. What do you guys think? Because otherwise, I don't know that I've got enough time to I know that I've got enough time to be ready for a war against the Allies before the Axis. Oh, the Axis. I think that they'd also close the Straits of Gibraltar, which would help take some pressure off in the Mediterranean for the Axis. It would be funny if nothing else. Yeah, that's true. I mean, the way I'm planning to run the A to Z games is that if my best faith effort, I end up getting capitulated or whatever, that still counts as a completion. Do it for the memes. I take that as a personal attack. Oh, what a personal attack. Finish upgrading. We'll go ahead and start napping these other ones. Oh, what? Well, I'm just gonna keep building civs. I'll start building, like, we're getting a lot of mills from these other states, so I mean, we'll also be getting more mills as we get our compliance up. But oof, and I'll go ahead. Okay, I'll try and grab another steel. The problem is I'm gonna lose my steel import. Oh well, the Soviet Union's back to. The problem is the Soviet Union's gonna be. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Guys, there's supposed to be a country here. They changed something in the focus trees that does China conquer Tibet before the war? What? Yeah, no, they haven't done. Yeah, conquer Tibet. Yeah, I don't. I don't understand. Yeah, that's what I don't like. Is this a new thing? This is I'm on historical. This shouldn't be a thing the AI do. I don't I don't understand. But yeah, I mean by now I've taken every tag. Like there's no yeah, I can't do naval invasion. I mean literally everybody I think once I take uh Yemen, literally everybody except yeah, everybody outside of Europe and the Americas will be at war, except for like Nepal and Bhutan, which I uh can't get war goals on. So, I mean, I could get, I think I could get war goals on them literally, but I wouldn't do anything. So, would be funny to declare war on the Axis, then declare war on them and have them join the Axis. But And I wouldn't want to justify on the Americas because that'll pull. Yeah, because like I can't justify on Venezuela to push them into the Axis because that would declare war on America. Uh, I think for this one, inclement weather is good for naval XP because fighters, if I remember right, planes are pretty sensitive to bad weather, so the inclement weather is actually pretty good for planes. Oh, and I want to get, well, industry liaisons, I've already researched everything, so at that point, um, I guess I'll do air crew survey, get air accidents, chance of reduced air doctrine costs. That's not bad. Playing Turkey historical off, Russia back down immediately. LOL. Yeah, stuff gets pretty wacky and wild when you turn historical AI off. Like the UK going communist every single time. Yeah, I was ooh, nice. We were up to like 50% compliance in some of the states we took like super early on. That's pretty good. Oh wow, Iran's like almost all like 5-ish% resistance. Now, I'm pretty sure the resistance jumps up whenever we go to war, but because our stability drops, but that's still pretty good, I must say. Even Iraq's resistance? Wow, our resistance is actually really low across the board. Nice. I think okay. What I'll do is I want to make sure that I capitulate uh, Yemen because I want to make sure I'm the one who annexes it. Then what I'll do is I'll join the war against the Axis, and then I will justify on Spain. Got him. Yes. Oh, that took a lot less time than I expected, so eh, we'll we'll go ahead and at least run the starting the war with Spain at least. Oop, okay, so once our help in their war. Oh, okay, this is their allies isn't fighting all the same. Okay, it's about to be like a Soviet Union war with the allies. What? Okay, so now I'm at war with the Axis. So now I'm going to justify a little war goal on Spain. I don't want to do the. I mean, I think they changed it so it wouldn't be like Clark Islands, but yeah, this will let me see a little bit how bad my sort of supply situation is again. Um, the ally, which I think we're going to want to build a naval base like up here for supply. And we'll go ahead and build a railroad connecting the Yemen one so I don't like forget and run into problems later. I mean, the problem is like, no, I refuse. I'm not. Just don't open these pop-ups, guys. Just ignore them and they'll go away. And then they'll come back. And then they'll go away. And then they'll come back. And then they'll go away. So on and so forth. Such is life. Alright, metals. Another one. I guess if I go to war with the Allies, I should be able to avoid calling the Soviet Union into that war. Because if I call the Soviet Union into that war, they will be, I think they will be completely ruined. I could also justify on Finland. That would probably push Finland into the Axis. Sweden embargoed Germany. Interesting. Oh, so I need up my conscription law. We'll try to get by with service by requirement. I'm hopeful we can get by with these. Oh, my trade, my trade, my trade. I lost all my trades. That is the downside of just always having this insufficient resources pop up, is that you never know when you are actually in an insufficient resources problem. Get mechanized. Oh, I'm still working on tanks. Still working on tank stuff. Okay, so the Saudi territory is building up resistance. Because I meant now I've got that minus 20% at war modifier. Unfortunate. I get all my officer for, yeah. I don't think I have anything I really want to spend my XP on. I guess I do need hold on. Can I get, excuse me, America, would you like to give me some trains? Don't like me again? Generated world improved relations. Oh man, there's also I might just beg America for a bunch of like anti-air and stuff, and then you know, maybe use it against the Allies. We are going to need fuel. This is a good thing, is that I do have a good amount of fuel on account of, you know, being in the Middle East. Um, rolling all the oil fields in it, but probably want to go ahead and do some resource extraction, I think. We'll go ahead and get mech. Will not accept. United States has insufficient equipment, or we have too much equipment stuff. Oh, I know how to fix that. Well, I need 10 army XP to fix that. What the heck's even going on? And the We Are at War screen is broken. Great. Yeah, hate when that happens. Watch Spain just join the Allies just to troll me. Watch it. Okay, we'll go ahead and make a better fighter design. I just want one where we put the higher tier. Wait. Oh, that was the tank engine I got. Am I doing the aircraft one? Yeah, I am. Not done. Okay, we are getting very close. Honestly, might go without a focus for a little bit just to get more, well, I don't know how many more soldiers I have to give medals to. Supply consumption medal. Wait, that guy got 2 medals? What about second medal? Okay, that guy gets 1 as well. Okay, I have the 10 army XP. Go ahead and just put anti-air, support anti-air in. Gives me 15 air attack. That'll go up as I get better equipment. Now, America, what do you think of that? Will not accept. Come on. Do they just have insufficient equipment then? That's possible. The AI is pretty bad about building anti-air. Soviet Union have anti-air? They do not. AI is just really bad when it comes to anti-air. Oh well. How did it let you go negative? On political power? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why it's going negative for the metal cost. It doesn't seem to let me go like... Well, let me check another division. I'm positive currently. Let me see if it'll let me go negative on this one. Yeah, so I think it's just billing me for more political power than it's worth, actually, because I shouldn't have gone negative. Maybe it overcharges you for maybe it overcharges you if you award the same medal again. I don't know. Oh, and I gotta connect railroad here. Excuse me, please. Oh, don't tell me. I don't think the game likes what I'm doing. There we go. Okay. Weird. And then we'll go ahead and start queuing up some forts. Always worth it to build. Alright, let's see if this works like I expected to. Yep. Cool. That worked. They're not at war. They haven't accepted the wars with other people yet. Maybe I should have called all of Comintern in. A little weird. I probably should have called allies just to make sure. I think they'll get called in eventually. Um, they're probably just in like weird spots right now. Good join. They're giving Manpower Germany for garrison, so that's something. How much? 72,000 for garrisons. Okay, how many battalions am I using? 2, 3, 3.5, 7? 7.5. That would be about 2,000-ish tanks. Where my loss is like 3,000. Okay, 3,000 still not bad year over year. So the cost was increased from 30 to 37.5. At least that's what it listed. But let's see if there's another person I can award a medal to. It's okay. It's only this guy. I can't award a second medal. Cancel. I don't know what that was. Okay, no, it billed me. That just billed me 37, like 37 political power, 37, 37, 37 and a half. So the first medal is actually 37 and a half, and I bet the second one is 45 then, but it's listing it as 37.5 is what you need. So yeah, that is very weird. Always worth it to build at least level 1 forts. Well, it's not always worth it to build level 1 forts, but level 1 forts are the best value because no matter how many directions they attack from, you always get 1 fort level. Unless it gets like too damaged. They'll build forts there, and then I'll have to reinforce like the United Kingdom, but yeah. Spain is getting called in. Can I call? I can't bring up the call ally. Call to arms, maybe? German-Afghan war? No, it's... well, hopefully they'll get called. They'll get called into the greater wars. All of... Oh, I also need to edit all my supply hubs to, or at least the important ones, to no supply for allies. Conquered all this land, several countries, still don't have 50 factories to get second research slot. Okay, that was better. That was the better one. Just wondering what the heck the rest of the world's even thinking with like uh, what has happened with Afghanistan in this timeline. Oh god, is the Soviet Union actually buckling? Well, that's not good. I mean, Norway is almost like fully reconquered, so the Allies are still making headway. Ooh, gotta get better logistics companies. Kidding me? Really? I guess I could just... I'll just draw the front line back. One. Because I don't have to do that. Until I think these two provinces touch. And then we'll just not build. But I guess we're good. That'll stretch his supply lines out further. I guess I'll get... I'll get naval reform just to get more naval XP. Gotta spend naval XP to get naval XP. Do integrated air arm, I guess. Because in the event I do somehow get a navy, it's gonna focus on carriers and naval bombers. Right, it's January 1936. Oh, you must be playing your own game. Oh, check to make sure the AI isn't broken, but assuming Italy's still doing stuff, you're good. You're good. I will go ahead and get... I think I'm actually going to get centralized control for air mission efficiency because I'm not really going to have any dudes doing air support early on, so I think the air mission efficiency is better. If I get to build close air support, great. I will make use of it. But if I can't, also I'll get atomic research just for more research speed. Oh, I need to up my conscription law also. That's what I keep forgetting to do. Well, once I finish nuclear effort, I've got no more focuses to do, so I'll just build up my political power. Oh god, the Soviet Union's really starting to fold now. What happened? It wasn't Spain. Also, the Allies are now pushing into Italy. What the heck? What? Oh, that's not me. All of Hong Kong. Japan seems to be doing well in the Pacific. We'll do rockets because I would like to get... It'd be nice to unlock modern airframes. Not gonna forget this time. Still not joining the full war. Maybe just giving the garrison support to Germany was good enough. I don't know. You could give garrison support to countries you're not in a faction with. Pretty sure you can only do it if you're in a faction with somebody. Freaking war screen being busted. Go and train my air wings, because once again, they have rookies, so we want to train them up. But they are not rookie. They did the focus to annex that one country, so I think it should... Oh yeah, if they did the focus, then you should be fine. Although sometimes it can quit, like, mid-game, I think. But... build another civilian factory. You just need civilian factories, honestly, so that before I start building a bunch of mills. How much I have to trade and whatnot. I like to use the little gear icon, garrisons. We're just going to focus on coastline. I guess we'll emphasize naval bases as well. But I'm going to need so many divisions. Oh, you left click? I thought you right clicked. Huh. Okay. Well, that's fewer divisions than I thought. I only need 30 according to that. Huh. Grand ideally, I'd have 60 for doubling up, but that's not terrible. We'll see how well supply usage goes. And I mean, I will need more once I take, like, the UK territory. How long would it take justify on... Okay, justifying on Ethiopia would be pretty quick. I presume justifying on the UK would be super quick also. They still leader the Allies? Yep. Guess maybe... I don't know how many of these I want to try and actually hold as, like, traps for troops. Probably not at Aden, because mountains. So yeah, I would probably just focus on the Gulf. I don't believe the Straits of Hormuz are... shoot, I should check that. Nope, okay, no, they are. So, if I take this, he won't be able to get ships in here, period. Okay, then it has to be Aden, then. Surprised there's no strait here. But they'll have to be Aden, then, because I'm gonna take the Straits of Hormuz. That will prevent him from moving troops. Didn't I say it? Didn't I say it? You turn off historical AI focuses and they go communist. It happens all the time. I don't know what the internal weighting is, but it's not normal. It's not normal. I can promise you that much. Okay, I think I need to just go ahead and start doing resistance suppression. Because I think compliance isn't actually sensitive to resistance, but I still would like to take less damage on my troops. I've seen the US do limited intervention when you turn off historical, but yeah, I've seen them do limited intervention with FDR, and I've also seen them do limited intervention with Alf Landon. But yeah, I don't think I've ever seen communist or fascist or non-aligned US in a historical game. All right, is there anything else I need to spend political power on? I don't think so. So I think I am going to do like region-wide industrial land integration. get another skill factory there. All right, we're doing. I'm gonna do research. Oh, 2 year ahead of time penalty. Well, yeah, 1945. I've already more or less tapped that out, so let's go ahead and get it. I mean, what's the supply usage on these divisions now? Let me see details. Template. Status. Oh, that's so much reduced supply usage. That's really good. How are we doing on plan? Okay, they've almost like fully train. I'll go and stop them. I don't know. They might like do the thing where they get too experienced and then stuck, get stuck and then oscillate. Because I really don't want to be spending planes if I don't need to. Oh, this should reduce the total. Oh, this reduced the total number of division. I might be able to. Okay, okay. So I never made military police. Oh well, that's fine. So these guys are using. Oh wait, no, the number of divisions would double probably with the tanks. Yeah, I need military police. Dang it! I get distracted. So many things to keep track of in this game. All of Rome. Oh, how are they like collapsing in the south and then Germany's just like speed running the Soviet Union now? I don't get it. I really hope I don't have to put troops on my border in the Caucasus. That would suck. Send my Air Force into Russia to gain some XP. That'd be funny, but I can't really afford to sacrifice any planes whatsoever. God, don't tell me Soviet Union, because when the Soviet Union gets pushed like this, they have a tendency to lock their economy. Makes me sad. Could import from Turkey, though. Well, that's an option. Yeah, now my garrison gain is very, very small for a lot of these states on account of like local police force. And unfortunately, I don't have anybody that gives a big compliance modifier. Although I guess .01 is not that much less than the .02 I'm getting elsewhere. So we can still let it tick up. Should probably converge to like 75%. Oh god, they got deposed in. Okay, yeah, things are getting weird. Spain's still like, I'm just vibing, guys. Screw it, let's go ahead and modern tanks, why not? I'm gonna build Space Marines, may as well get modern tanks. Germany, please. He doesn't have good supply hub infrastructure out here. As Mon, he'll have supply. Like up here in Syria, he shouldn't have supply. So, hoping it's not too bad. I'm gonna go ahead and get like 40, I think, because I'm gonna need. I'm only gonna be able to afford like one division. Everywhere, because I also need extra divisions for like actually taking the UK's territory. But oh, I need divisions. I just have no manpower. In terms of manpower, we have no. I guess I may as well build some factories here because it's already got high compliance. This gives me what? Local factories plus 32%. Yeah, so I get like a third of the factories. I really don't want to go to all adult serve. Those malices are pretty nasty compared to service by requirement. Go ahead and get artillery designer, I guess, because I still need to research more of the anti-air techs. Need to do military police. Go ahead and make the LT garrison template bigger because the bigger the template is, the less support equipment you need. And also, I think there's some weird rounding it does where it uses slightly less like regular equipment if you have like massive divisions. Because it can truncate the number of a. Oh no. I think this is GG for the Axis. Ah. Okay, like, here's the thing, though. In theory, I could declare war on common turn. And and then try and annex all of Comintern. And that's like a lot more feasible than probably going to war with the Allies, if the Axis have been capitulated. Race for the bomb. You know what? Sure, why not America? Let Afghanistan race America for a nuclear weapon. Let's do it. Am I not getting any rubber now? Impossible trade route can. Guess I have to actually disable these. I think it might be because of Japan. There we go. Yeah, I have to use convoys now. Like, in theory, if I succeed in annexing all of Comintern, I could then probably go to war with China. I'm not sure exactly how China resolves in the end game. If I have all of Comintern and China, I should have a good number of resources, a ton of factories, and then I can plausibly go to war with the Allies because by then the Allies should have the problem where uh like the AI just isn't good at creating high level divisions, so I could probably just create some super high level like tank divisions and stuff. Um and it's just a matter of building enough fighters to deal with the AI. Why did they deploy? Why did I have them deploy there? Yeah, okay. Um, yeah, I'm just running at 5 speed at this point. Let's just see what happens. I mean, I think Germany's just, yeah, I mean, they're almost to Berlin. I mean, this is it for the Axis. I don't know. I mean, I guess this happens a lot where they get spent in the Eastern Front and then just completely collapse. West pushes, Yalta Conference, okay. Come on, National Spain, do something. What Garrison's doing? 2,500? Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, sure. That's great. Yeah, and this is the pains of it. Oh, I don't think I can actually. Can I take some of their fleet? Actually, no. Oh, I have literally nothing. Okay, yeah. Permanent exit. Ew. Why? Atrocious. Democratic Poland and. All right. Well, Axis are done for. Can I leave the faction? Okay. I. I mean, I think it's. Yeah, this is going to be a big decision of whether or not I try to go to war with the Soviet Union. I think I think it's much more plausible I beat the Soviet Union than the Allies at this point. Um, yeah, because if I conquer the Soviet Union, I'll have resources for days, can build synthetic refineries for rubber, and then I should be able to prep for a war against the Allies. Because like otherwise, this is pretty atrocious. I gotta say. Uh, Action leader of the Axis. All right. Okay. This is yeah, we're calling it here. I am not we're not getting into a land war against Russia tonight. So 20th of December, 1944. That is where we will end what may be part one of the Hearts of Iron 4 A to Z Afghanistan. Another rule I have for the A to Z's: if they release an update that breaks the save, I'm just gonna call the save done. I'm not gonna roll back the game and try to keep going on that. And this one I feel pretty good about if we don't come back to, on account of literally the Axis were capitulated, and we did quite a bit of moves as Afghanistan. So definitely overall, I think a pretty interesting game. But yeah, that's about it. I'll see you guys later.